Hello, good morning to you all. And my name is Ricardo Baptista Leite, Member of Parliament from Portugal and Vice Chair of the Parliamentary Network on the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. It is my great pleasure to chair this opening session, welcoming you all here to Washington, and to also welcome two distinguished guests who are going to say also some brief introductory remarks. Jerry Rice, here to my right, Director of Communication Department here at the IMF, and Sheila Rizzepi, Vice President, External and Corporate Relations here at the World Bank Group. Thank you both for finding the time to be here with us. And I'd just like to say a few words on behalf of the board of the Parliamentary Network as we start this important global parliamentary network meeting. As Vice Chair of the board, I'm of course speaking on behalf of our chair, the Right Honourable Liam Bird from the UK, who of course has been held back because of Brexit as usual. And so on his behalf also, I'd like to welcome you all to the Global Parliamentary Network workshop. Both Liam and also Jeremy Lefroy will try to get them on board through a video connection that we have here in the back. The Parliamentary Network was initially founded in 2000 as an independent non-governmental organization, providing a platform for parliamentarians from World Bank and IMF member countries to advocate for increasing accountability and transparency in development cooperation. We are currently over 1,000 parliamentarians in Africa, Asia, Europe, and in the Americas. And we have the privilege of being supported by our International Secretariat, which has been responsible for thoroughly and professionally organizing this meeting. On behalf of the board, I thank the Secretariat for your hard work, and I'd ask us all to give them a hand of applause because I think they really did. As parliamentarians, through this network, not only do we share best practices among ourselves, as we have this unique opportunity to engage with the World Bank and the IMF in a transparent manner, and therefore participate actively in shaping the international development agenda. Also, as parliamentarians, we were active contributors to the framing and conceptualization of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the World Bank Group Twin Goals. Now, as we have little over a decade to fulfill the ambitious promises of the 2030 Agenda, it is also up to us, elected representatives from around the world, to help implement these global goals at the national and international levels, through our lawmaking, budgeting, and oversight functions. As elected legislators, our fellow citizens have entrusted us with this Herculean task of making sure that no one is left behind. Today's workshop is particularly timing in this critical year of IDA replenishment, which will be key to lifting the world's 76 poorest countries out of poverty. According to World Bank estimates, we will need over $2.5 trillion per year until 2030 to reach the 17 SDGs in all low and middle income countries. If there were any doubts, this fact alone clearly demonstrates that these countries will not achieve these goals with their current domestic budgets, nor will they be able to reach the most vulnerable populations with the people within their populations without establishing partnerships with all stakeholders on the ground, including the social and private sectors. People. That is why we are here, to fight for their prosperity and well-being, to ensure that we all live in a socially just world, capable of responding to any crisis that may emerge, ensuring that all citizens are protected from the black hole and vicious cycle of poverty and malaise. To embrace these challenges, we will be discussing in today's workshop the importance of inclusive growth as the needed cornerstone for our global and domestic economies. In other words, despite the undeniable developments over the last decades, we need to continue to counter the profound inequalities still existent within our societies. As we are failing to do so, the immediate consequences are the progressive erosion of social capital, political extremism, distrust of governments and multilateral organizations, and lower economic growth. Such path proves to be fatal, particularly for the most vulnerable people in our communities, for whom we have a moral and ethical obligation to do more. This being said, history has shown us that economic growth alone is not enough. The long-term benefits of growth will only withstand the test of time and peril if we, as parliamentarians, make sure that such benefits trickle down to all citizens. Thus, Today, our meeting will stress on the importance of ensuring the implementation of effective tax policies and how to proceed accordingly in practical terms. We will also discuss the importance of efficient debt management, making sure that countries can free themselves from the chain and ball of debt, liberating their economies and gaining resilience to economic shocks. And we will also focus on the potential of international trade to counter inequalities. Global value chains can boost inclusive and sustainable growth, can create jobs, better jobs, and reduce poverty, but only if developing countries implement deeper reforms and industrial countries pursue open, predictable policies. But this top-down approach is not enough. We need to empower citizens to lead the way. As our workshop will also cover today, it has become clear that there is a need for more efficient capacity building on the current and future workforce, particularly in the realms of technology. Our educational policies need to actively contribute towards leading our world's youth to embed lifelong learning as a way of life, while our labor and social reforms need to act towards ensuring that no matter what age or background, all citizens will be provided the skills needed to strive in this new world of technological enlightenment, as we must ensure effective safety nets capable of putting those who fell back on the rise on the social ladder. The Sustainable Development Goals are only achievable if we all reach them together. There cannot be good health and social justice in one part of the world if there are inequalities, death, and poverty in another. There cannot be freedom and liberty for some while others suffer the horrors of oppression and war. We are citizens of the world living in a renewed age of globalization. The absolute well-being of part of the population is now impossible without the well-being of its whole. We are bonded together in our humanity. In summary, we need to do more towards implementing evidence-based and data-driven policies capable of countering inequalities and promoting inclusive growth for all. And from developing to the industrial countries, all have a role to play. We parliamentarians have signed a pact with our fellow citizens to fight for their rights, for their well-being, and for the future of our nations. And to be successful, we must fight together. That is why we are here today, to fight together, to make sure no one is left behind. Thank you. And I would now pass the floor to Jerry Rice.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Jerry Rice, the Communication Director at the IMF. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. I really just want to say two things. First of all, welcome on behalf of the IMF. It is really, we consider it a great honor and a privilege to have you with us, and a tremendous opportunity to interact with you, to listen to you, and to exchange views with you. The role of parliamentarians in everything that Ricardo just talked about is clearly key. If we are really to focus on policies that benefit people, then the role of parliamentarians and parliaments in that is absolutely essential. So it couldn't be more timely that you've chosen to focus on the issue of inequality and inclusion, as Ricardo just described so well. So that's the first thing I'd like to say. The second thing I'd like to say is that I think you can have a very interesting time here over the next few days. First, because there are a number of really interesting events, seminars that are going on. I hope you'll be able to participate in those. I'm about to rush off to the first big event from the IMF side, which is the release of the World Economic Outlook at 9 o'clock. And that will give our latest forecasts for the global economy. We are projecting some downward revisions, so there'll be a lot of interest in that, but many, many interesting things going on this week. The world is in a difficult place. Our new managing director at the IMF, Kristalina Georgieva, said last week that we are in a synchronized slowdown. Yeah, that got quite a bit of media pickup last week. You may have seen that. 2 years ago, the global economy was in a synchronized upswing. 75% of the global economy was growing positively. We are looking today at 90% of the global economy growing more negatively. So a synchronized slowdown is what we're looking at. So that's obviously going to be a big topic for discussion at these meetings. How do we counter that with the right monetary policies, fiscal policies, structural policies? All of that is going to be discussed. And of course, the big issue of trade. And we all know what's going on in the world in terms of that issue. Again, a very interesting time to be here, and we look forward to your contribution to those discussions. I'm not going to say much more than that because, amongst other things, after my friend and colleague Sheila speaks, the next speaker will be the Deputy Managing Director of the IMF, Tao Zhang. And he will be coming along to give you a bit more of the IMF's perspective. So thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you very much for coming here, and look forward to seeing you over the next few days. And I'm going to rush off to the WEO, the World Economic Outlook. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Jerry. And Sheila, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jerry. Members of Parliament, a real warm welcome. Thank you all for being here. Let me thank you, Ricardo, for chairing this meeting. And I want to thank Liam Byrne, who I see here on VC. It's good to see you. I'm glad you could make it, and we're delighted to have you in the room. I understand Jeremy might also be joining this group a little bit later if he can get out of a vote somewhere. Liam.
No, that's right. We've got some big votes, but Jeremy may be along shortly.
Wonderful. Well, we're grateful, of course, to everyone here, to you and your colleagues for bringing together this wonderful group of lawmakers. It's a real pleasure to have you. It's a pleasure also to have spent a little bit of time with Jerry this morning. As you all very well know by now, he's had a quiet month, no big changes to manage, just a new managing director over at the International Monetary Fund. So times are busy. We have new leadership on both sides of the street. Since the last time we met, and there's a lot to talk about. I always personally look forward to this event, to seeing all of you, to meeting new members of Parliament, and hearing about some of the challenges and opportunities you see on the ground in your countries. It's fair to say, really, that you're just about the most important sensors that we have for how our work affects the people you serve, and I really appreciate the insights that you bring to us. Look, you make decisions day in, day out in policy making, approving, appropriating funds, helping ensure accountability, incredibly important for all of us here in the room today, and representing the voices of your constituents. My friends in elected office often remind me what a tough job it is. Your constituents, rightly so, demand results, and when they don't get them, they vote. So consider us a very committed partner in achieving those very results and priorities that people and constituencies in your countries expect to see. I wanted to talk a little bit more about the focus of the World Bank Group at the annual meetings and then going forward. We do have a new president for about 6 months or so. He's had the chance to travel to quite a lot of our client countries, including Ethiopia, Mozambique, Egypt in the early months of joining the bank, and see some of the toughest challenges that the bank is working in partnership with those countries to resolve on the ground. And just recently at the UN General Assembly have held meetings with close to about a dozen heads of state from our client countries, many of whom represent countries in what we call FCV, fragile and conflict-affected countries, where the challenges that we will all be discussing over the next few days here are the most prominent. So obviously much to say. Last week during a speech at McGill University in Canada, the President talked about new approaches to creating broad-based growth, advancing shared prosperity and equality, which is what we will be talking about over the next few days here, and improving development outcomes so that they work particularly for the poor and the most marginalized. So real practical in-country approaches that bring those meaningful improvements in poverty reduction for the long term. So I wanted to say, while of course our work is global, our focus must be granular and must be local, and again, that is a perspective that you really bring to the table. You will hear us talk about, or you may have already heard references to building effective country platforms, looking at mechanisms that are designed by countries themselves that coordinate among different development partners to build a shared set of strategic priorities on the ground and help countries improve development outcomes. So the topic of today's discussion, in particular, fighting inequalities in a shifting global landscape, is particularly timely, especially if you look at historic trends. Broad-based growth is at the heart of development. No country in history has been able to sustain poverty reduction without sustainable and inclusive economic growth. So again, a topic you will be discussing. But the challenge is particularly urgent, and I wanted to mention just a couple of facts that make this all the more important. 700 million people still live in extreme poverty. That's about 1 in 12 people on the planet. And it's becoming increasingly concentrated in areas suffering from fragility, conflict, and violence, so the areas where it's hardest to reach those in need. Some of you will have heard us, and we certainly in the past meetings discussed something that we call the Human Capital Project, stepping up, and Liam, certainly we've spoken about it, Ricardo, the amount of work that we have put into the priorities that we have placed on more and more effective investments in health and education. So this week we will be launching a new indicator on learning poverty, and that is the percentage of 10-year-old children who cannot read or understand age-appropriate text. If I tell you the numbers, they are quite alarming. That is about 52% of 10-year-olds in lower middle-income to middle-income countries. And about 80% of 10-year-olds cannot read age-appropriate text or understand it in our IDA countries. We consider these to be urgent matters, and certainly something that I would draw your attention to. So just to close, and you have an exciting day ahead, we really want to be a resource and a partner for you here and at home. A lot going on. We are in the final stretch of negotiations for the IDA replenishment, our fund for the poorest. That is, 2/3 of the extreme poor. Some 500 million people live in the world's poorest 76 countries, and IDA is really the most effective platform for engaging on those issues and fighting poverty in those countries. So we count on your support and attention to the ongoing work related to the replenishment of IDA. So please do engage with our colleagues, have an excellent day with bank and IMF experts. Welcome once again to the annual meetings. It's a huge pleasure for all of us to have you here, and I wanted to thank you again for joining us. Thank you for chairing, Liam. Thank you for being here, and thank you to all the partners here in the room. I wish you a really exciting week ahead.
Thank you very much, Sheila, and may I also say thank you to both the World Bank Group and the IMF for your constant support to our network.
Absolutely.
On behalf of all the parliamentarians around the table and around the world, part of our network, I think this is a constant relationship that we need to continue to flourish. I know Liam is ready to speak. Solving poverty and inequality is much easier than it seems to be solving Brexit. So with your experience, we'll be sure to be successful. Liam, you have the floor, and thank you so much for finding the time to join us.
Ricardo, thanks very much indeed, and thanks for holding the fort there. My great apologies for not being able to be there with you today. We have some of the most important votes that we've had in our country since World War II, and so all parliamentarians are basically in a state of lockdown here in Westminster. I just wanted to add a word or two to help set the stage for what I hope is a really thought-provoking day. This is obviously the 75th year of the Bretton Woods institutions, and I think, like all anniversaries, it prompts some reflection about things that have gone well and some reflection about some unfulfilled ambitions. And obviously this anniversary coincides with a really important change of leadership at both the bank and the IMF. And so today's conference, I think, is really well timed, and I'm really looking forward to hearing some of the conclusions from it. We know that global poverty has now reached a record low, but we also know that inequalities now continue to rise within countries. We know that inequalities continue to rise between the richest and the poorest. We know that increases in inequality of wealth are now becoming persuasive. And just to give you some perspective on some of the risks that lie ahead, we calculate here in London that if the top 1% of the world's richest continue to accumulate wealth at the same rate that they have since the financial crash, then it will mean that the top 1% don't own half of global wealth by 2030. It will mean that they own 2/3. That's a cool $215 trillion. When you have got inequalities on that scale, you begin to run some extremely serious risks, both for an escalating rise in corruption, but also a breakdown in the cooperation that is needed if we're to sustain any measure of harmony between the planet's 9 billion people. And so that's why, as a board, what we've tried to do is set a frame for today's conference around the theme of inclusive growth. But as politicians and parliamentarians, we know that the world is never standing still. The challenge is always that we're trying to deliver something against a very fast-paced change in the landscape. And in particular, what we've tried to reflect in today's agenda are what I've called elsewhere the three rises: the rise in temperature, the rise in tech, and the rise in trade conflict. Our challenge is that steering a course through the sea is going to be very difficult over the years to come, because those three great waves are going to make the policy landscape and the political landscape more unstable than we have seen for many years. And certainly, even in developed countries like the UK, I can tell you right now we feel very much at the sharp end of some of those changes. So what we've tried to do as a board is craft an agenda today that reflects or provides time to reflect on some of those big shifts that lie ahead of us over the next 10 years. But also we want to try and encourage some reflection on what is sometimes called the law of big numbers in public policy. Unless significant changes are made to tax, significant changes are made to the social contract and social insurance, and unless significant changes are made to fiscal policy and to the regulation of capital markets, unless we make changes to those big three sets of numbers, then radical change towards a more inclusive economy is going to be very difficult over the years to come. So, in conclusion, Ricardo, there's a Chinese expression that I often turn to at this stage, which is our trick is to be able to try and cross the river stone by stone. What that pathway looks like in different countries is going to be very difficult, but right now it feels like there's a real premium on working together to share ideas, to share experience, and crucially, to begin sharing an agenda for how the Bretton Woods institutions can now go into their next 75 years. I'll leave it at that. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Liam, and thank you, Sheila.
Thank you very much.
It was a real pleasure.
Thank you again.
Thank you. So we're moving smoothly through our agenda. Thank you, Liam, for your time, and I hope Jeremy can join us later on today also. And whenever you can pop in, please do. Your insights are always very welcoming and enriching. I think we're now going to see a short video.
The field field visit to Senegal and the Gambia, organized by the World Bank from June 11th through the 14th, 2019, was a unique occasion for members of Parliament and CSO representatives to witness development programs on the ground and engage with key national stakeholders, including community members, local CSOs, and the host countries' parliaments, to gain a deeper understanding of the development context within the countries, as well as a better sense of the International Development Association, or IDA. IDA is the part of the World Bank that helps the world's 76 poorest countries meet their development goals by providing grants and loans, called credits, for programs to boost economic growth, reduce inequalities, and improve living conditions. Overseen by 173 shareholder nations, IDA collaborates with various stakeholders, including borrower countries, CSOs, and the private sector. It is funded largely by contributions from the governments of its richer member countries. Partners meet every 3 years to replenish IDA funds and review its policies. IDA is working on its 19th replenishment to be finalized in December 2019. Such visits are important to empower stakeholders in donor countries to advocate for more IDA.
Money very well spent, and I would encourage the World Bank to continue funding it.
And for sure we need to push more, or to put more effort in all the cooperation and development projects like IDA system.
C'est important de pouvoir accompagner et d'aller plus loin en termes de participation financière dans ce type de projet.
Parliamentarians and CSOs are essential stakeholders in ensuring lasting and meaningful development outcomes. As legislators, parliamentarians shape development policies, approve budgets and loans, and make sure their constituencies' voices are heard in the development dialogue. CSOs inform policies and programs, advocate for results, and implement projects.
Tous les enfants du Sénégal doivent être à l'école entre 6 et 16 ans. Pendant 10 ans, c'est ça l'obligation scolaire. Et c'est une loi qui date de 2004. Nous ne faisons que rappeler au gouvernement du Sénégal de respecter les engagements pris sur le plan régional.
Et c'était important pendant ces 3 jours de voir que la Banque mondiale est capable d'aller financer des petits projets, mais surtout avec les communautés locales.
Participants went to Tivaouane in the Thiès region of Senegal, where they visited a Dara, or traditional Quranic school, modernized through an educational project to include a Franco-Arab curriculum with mathematical and critical thinking materials from preschool through high school. They met the students and teaching staff and visited classrooms and facilities.
La Banque mondiale, au-delà du secteur formel de l'éducation, investit dans une autre forme d'éducation qui permet en tout cas à la population d'être alphabétisée.
The delegation was also invited to visit the Scientific and Technological Block in Tivaouane, a STEM school constructed as part of a project to improve the quality of basic education, financed in part by the World Bank. In the Gambia, after several hours on the road, participants were able to visit the Kunter Major Health Facility, an extremely isolated health center that benefits from World Bank funds, notably to pay for a water tower that is indispensable to the proper functioning of the center.
C'est une première pour nous en tant que parlementaires de voir l'impact réel sur le terrain que fait la Banque mondiale.
I became very inspired by the World Bank, what they're doing on the ground.
It's important to relate certain projects to the World Bank so that we demystify this mindset that many people have, that the World Bank is just a superstructure up there, not connected to local challenges and solutions thereof.
Thank you very much for those putting the video together. I think it was very inspiring, and it opens it paves the way for our next panel on the inclusive growth agenda. And we know that income inequality can erode social cohesion and ultimately slow economic growth. And as we heard in the opening session, that slowing growth is already visible across the globe. But there are policy tools that we as parliamentarians, as multilateral organizations, we can implement that have been based on evidence that show that they can be effective in countering not only the slow growth movement, but also the inequalities that have been the main expression through poverty around the world. And to speak about this, we are very honored to welcome the Deputy Managing Director of the IMF, Tal Zhang, who I I'm very grateful for finding the time to be here. Also, on behalf of the Parliamentary Network, of all the parliamentarians here today, we'd like to express our gratitude for the constant support of the IMF, also for this network's activity, which I feel creates an important space between parliamentarians and the managing boards of both organizations at the World Bank and IMF to work together towards achieving our common goals. Mr. Tao Zeng has assumed the role of Deputy Managing Director at the IMF in 2016, bringing a tremendous international economic expertise and experience in policy making. Prior to his role here, he was Deputy Governor of the People's Bank of China and IMF's Executive Director for China from 2011-2015, having played before that multiple roles in the People's Bank of China and also at the Asian Development Bank, and also holding a PhD in international economics from the University of California, Santa Cruz. So thank you very much, Mr. Zeng, and the floor is yours.
Good. Thank you, Ricardo. And of course, let me welcome all of you to the 2019 annual meetings. Of course, good morning, Liam from London. We all know that the theme of this workshop is fighting inequalities. And there's one word I have to say. It is very important to all of us and to all of you. And of course, very important to we work at the IMF. And indeed, we feel this is a very critical component of strong economic growth and macroeconomic stability. That's why we care, and that's why we're all talking about it. But what I wanted to say a little bit more is we are not just talk about it. We also put a lot of efforts and put a lot of the actions on the ground. And you will see later on, I will touch on all of these topics very briefly. And of course, the starting point is our research, and the research around the world have shown that the high inequalities is associated with lower economic growth and greater financial instability. So as part of our regular work at the IMF, and also our work, which include the dialogue with our counterparts, including our membership countries, authorities, and people like you, parliamentary members, and civil societies, and business sectors, academias. We regularly look at the ways that how we can address these issues better and more effectively. So that's all about it. We want to do it, and how to move forward. The work already started, but what's the next? So that's pretty much these questions on top of our mind. And if you start with where we are, then I want to share some of the observations. Obviously, in the areas of the, in terms of the fighting inequalities, there are progress made around the world. However, there are also setbacks in some part of the world as well. For example, in emerging market economies, particularly in China and India, there are significant decline in terms of the cross-country inequalities in the past decades. But within the countries, particularly as we observed in some of the advanced economies, within country inequalities, including the gaps between the rich and the richest and the poorest, obviously has been rising in the past 2 decades. So these are what we observe at this moment. And clearly we have observed there are erosions in terms of the social trust. And of course, that could fuel, the political and social concerns, sometimes even tensions. And of course, we know that the inequality often starts with disparities in education and health. Good thing is many countries are working on it. However, how to start, how to make it even more effective? At this moment, many countries consider that the fiscal policy is the most effective, maybe most powerful tools people can use. And of course, things are not stopped just at the fiscal policies, and it will go beyond the fiscal policy. I will come back on that. But let me explain why fiscal policies, people consider it is one of the most effective tools at this moment. We can think about these issues in terms of the, both redistributions and pre-distributional effect. In terms of the redistributions, of course, all of you are pretty much familiar with this effect. And of course, this is when policy actions taken after the fact so that disposable income become more equal. Of course, the government accomplished this in different ways across countries. And examples can be found, for example, in advanced economies. They use the fiscal policy as tools, like progressive taxations of the income or income transfers. They often helps offsets income inequalities. In terms of the numbers, about 75% of the offset comes from transfers, so very obvious. And of course, in developing countries, there is opportunity to do more with fiscal redistributions, because many lower income countries spend less on essential services and have less progressive income taxes. So there is room, basically, for policy improvement in these countries. And in terms of the pre-distributional effect, these policies, of course, can prevent income inequalities before it occurs, including through public spendings on health and education. And of course, that also includes improve the quality of the opportunities for people from low-income households. And in terms of numbers, there are estimates, and as by our colleagues at the research department, suggest that the closing the inequality gap in basic health coverage could raise life expectancies on average by 1.3 years in emerging and developing economies. So, and you can find successful stories in countries such as India, in Africa, and of course the healthcare access has been expanded with clear benefit for the poorest household. So that's very much clear at this moment. Education, same stories. I can find it in countries like South Korea, where bonuses are being offered to encourage teachers to work in underperforming schools. So you may find many ways. So indeed, of course, the fiscal policies plays a highly important roles. As I said, this will not stop here, and things go beyond fiscal policies. For example, government programs can intervene in the labor market to help people find work and provide unemployment benefit. And of course, this fosters the employment of the unskilled workers and reduce the impact of economic shocks or discretionary effect. Another example is boosting female labor participation. This is another powerful way to cultivate inclusive growth. Certainly, removing restrictive barriers in terms of the legal barriers or other administrative measures could also improve the access for women and girls in terms of educations, particularly early educations. That's very much critical. And of course, in today's world, with the new technology development, the public sectors, including government, and can help by making sure that the benefit of the new financial technologies are shared by the majority of the people. And programs, policies that help households and entrepreneurs who don't have easy access to a bank account, so that the more populations can have access to financial services that could otherwise be available in the old ways. So there is a long list, but I don't think I want to go through all of these lists. Certainly the list is longer than I just mentioned it. Then I'm sure this workshop for the rest of the days, people can have a chance to discuss on that. And to my knowledge, my colleague from SPR, Martin Moheisen, will be here to explain how the IMF is operationalizing our work on income inequalities through all these issues I just mentioned. We give you the details on the how they work, where can we improve, and of course there also will be a focus to discuss the opportunities in terms of the role of the technologies and trade to take care of the issues of the declining shares of the labor income, and also there is a topic particularly devoted to how to address issues of the inclusiveness in terms of the fiscal policies and growth. So looks like we have the issues we have already identified, and we have examples, we have progress. However, there are some questions need to be answered more. We don't know the answer yet, but good thing is because everybody's here, and we will have a chance to exchange experiences and exchange views, and hopefully I strongly believe we can find a way out to to work and towards a better and more productive result in these areas. So with that, let me thank you once again, and welcome all of you again to the annual meetings, and hope you enjoy and also have a productive discussion later today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we will have time at least for one burning question you may have from the floor. So while you think about that, if I may, Mr. Zhang, I'd like to ask in a way a two-part question. You mentioned many topics that we're going to have the opportunity throughout the day to drill down on addressing inequalities, from, as you mentioned, tax policies to the labor markets to technology. But you also spoke about the growing inequality within countries. Actually, Liam in the opening session also mentioned this very clearly. And the IMF actually published some research on regional inequality within advanced economies last week. Could you please give us your views on why some regions within countries are faring more poorly, and what are some of the ways to address that?
Thank you, Ricardo. That's a very big question. I try to address it in this relatively short period of time. Of course, first of all, there are disparities in terms of the regional inequalities. And some regions lag behind other regions, and you probably have seen it in many countries, including these countries. Of course, each countries have their own reasons. We don't believe we can find a one-fit-all solutions. We don't believe there's only one reasons behind it, and certainly this related to the country background in terms of the many ways, economic, social arrangement, etc. And many studies pointed to the community-based issues behind it. And so I think the people are still working on what's behind the reasons. But the one thing I think we at the fund we pay very much so the impact of the what we call the dislocational impact of the new technology progress, and of course as a result of the trade. And we all know the trade, of course, is engine of the growth and raise the efficiencies of the economies as a whole, and benefit for all the trade participants. On the other hand, of course, with the relocations and redistributions of the resources and production bases, there are dislocational effect. Both because of the the changes of the supply chains and also the final sort of the destinations of the product, and also because of the technology changes. There are some places technology replaces the human beings to do the things. So there are dislocational effect felt by some area even more than the other, and some areas will be able to adapt even more effectively than others. So then what you, at the end result, you will see is of course, the laborers in certain areas would find lower mobilities in terms of the adapting to the changes. And of course, if you look at the across gender inequalities, there are some unnecessary barriers imposed on women, particularly young girls in some other countries, particularly the developing countries. You can still see that. And actually in some of the less, the poor countries, there are also some barriers there. So I think in general, the domestic policies, particularly domestic, the policies on labor, on product, market, they can play the roles in there, and we already find the successful stories. I think as Ricardo mentioned, we have studies and the report on that. I believe our World Bank colleagues also have similar findings over there, and so I think in short, the domestic policies can play the role, and of course we will work together with our other partners, including the bank and other international partners, and also partners like you, to work to find sort of the solutions on the international dimensions. So that's my sort of general answers. Of course, we can explore more to find sort of the more tailored solutions to your own country circumstances, and we'll start from there.
Thank you, and I think it's very. We need to be humble in dealing with many of the challenges because we do not have answers to them all, and it is clearly the role of parliamentarians also to work with the multilateral institutions to develop those solutions that can be adaptable on the ground. We have time for a question from my Canadian colleague on the left side. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Zhang. I'm intrigued at a question that I'd like your perspective on, and that's in our increasingly digital world, there's a tension between the need for transparency to fight abuse of power and abuse of responsibility and to make sure that, to increase appropriate behavior. But the tension is with the increased risks of privacy and security abuse or breaches, and the need for increasing individual control over your digital footprint, your digital identity, the value of your digital self. How are you viewing that tension? The need for increasing transparency to make sure that we can fight inequality where it exists and prevent inequality increases that occur when there's a lack of transparency, with the need for greater personal control and privacy.
If we may, just a very brief question from a member of our board, also from Kosovo. The floor is yours.
I guess I'll just speak up louder. Okay. A lot of the problems that were mentioned this morning, as well as right now, take us back to one extremely important area, which is education. One, because if we're talking about the labor market, we're talking about the problems that businesses are faced. Many of them complain that they don't have the workforce that is skilled for the jobs that are needed. So it is, of course, necessary that countries invest not just in education in general, but vocational trainings as well, in order to match what education is producing with what the market needs. And secondly, there are cases that we've seen, good success stories, where preschool education investment in schools is actually helping moms get jobs, thereby fighting the high inactivity rate among women. So the question is, how much is the IMF actually focusing on projects that help education, help the labor market, as well as economic growth? Because we see lots of studies, but my question is more about actual projects in the ground, because it's not like we're seeing as much as I think it's necessary to invest in this area in order to help economic growth. Thank you.
Thanks to both of you for very good questions. Indeed, interesting. I just my last trip trip abroad is to Canada, and my next trip is going to Kosovo. So I think both questions touch upon the issues dealing with the make sure the how the human beings can benefit find a fitted sort of the opportunities in terms of the self-development, and also benefit from the take advantage of the technology development to benefit the human being themselves, and also for the benefit of the human beings, and both in terms of the jobs or in terms of the other human beings' need. So in terms of that, we try to maximize the benefit of the new technologies. On the other hand, we have to sort of safeguard those the principles already adopted by a majority of the population, such as you are saying, the privacy, which is also benefit the human beings as a whole. And so that's sort of like our sort of starting point, how to see these issues. And of course, some of these issues, of course, are country-specific issues. Some of these issues are, concerns with the parties across the borders. So that's why we need international cooperations. And we have, in terms of the new technology, digitals, we have this Bali action agenda. So we lay out the fundamental principles which is important to us, and which, by the way, the agenda already endorsed by our 189 member countries. So people are working on it. And in terms of the project you are saying, I think this is the area where we work together with our partners, like the bank, because they focused on the project. Because we have to make sure whatever the project you want to lay out will be implemented under a sound and healthy macroeconomic framework. And of course, in our newly sort of focus is not only the stability should be maintained or safeguarded, but also the sort of the priorities should be placed in this educations and health, so that to make sure the education systems will be better matched by the market needs. On the other hand, the market is also rapidly developed, like our friend from Canada mentioned it. We have to face the challenges by the digital development, and but how to do it, nobody knows, because these are something new. We have to, in a sort of mood, watch the market and then act quickly. We sometimes can go ahead of the curve a little bit, but in this sort of part of the the newly challenges, as the technology is evolving and the things are moving, we have to keep ourselves agile and alert to make sure we're ready. But you never know, no matter how you try, how hard you try, and there are always uncertainties. But you have to prepare yourself, try to adapt to the new development. But bottom line is, we have to find a sort of on one hand, try to maximize the benefit of the new technology. And on the other hand, we have to keep the stabilities, keep those principles safeguard those principles, while at the same times provide the market matched the educations and health. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Please join me in thanking Mr. Zhang for joining us today. Thank you very much, and I'm sure we're going to continue to collaborate between our network and both the IMF and the World Bank Group. And so the good news right now is that this is my last piece of work as moderator. You're going to have better moderators throughout the day. And the second piece of the good news is that we have a coffee break. But just before that, I've been asked to request you all to kindly join me here at the front, so that we can take a group picture before we head for coffee. Okay, thank you.
speak. Hello. Good morning. My name is Neila Tazi. I'm a member of Parliament of the Moroccan Senate, and I've been member of the Parliamentary Network for maybe 2 years, I think. So I will have the honor to moderate this panel for the next hour about global shifts and inequalities. So we all know that the key to ending poverty is to drive inclusive, sustainable economic growth. Since the 90s, more than 1 billion people have lifted themselves out of poverty, and the rate of extreme poverty has dropped to around 10%, the lowest it has ever been in recorded history. Still, while income inequality has declined at the global level over the past decades, we have seen an increase in inequalities at a regional level and within countries. This trend has been linked to the erosion of social cohesion. We talked about social trust, the problem of social trust earlier this morning, and over lower economic growth. The growing gap between the top and bottom rank of the socio-economic ladder represents an important obstacle in reaching meaningful development outcomes. Of course, trade has helped transform the world by boosting productivity, spreading new technologies, and making products more affordable. In an increasingly connected world, trade has been a driving force fighting inequality for the past 30 years. Economic integration has permitted the creation of millions of new jobs with higher wages. So yes, trade contributes to creating jobs, but still too many people in entire regions are left behind. Yes, some communities and workers are affected by the human cost of production, whether from technology, from trade, or from the combination of both. Part of the explanation for the deceleration in poverty reduction is that not all regions have shared in the global economic growth of the last quarter century, nor have all regions succeeded in ensuring that the poor have fully shared in the benefits of growth. Sub-Saharan African countries have had inadequate level of growth and inadequate poverty reduction from growth, and this has resulted in the increase of the total number of people in this region living in extreme poverty. In 1990, 278 million people in sub-Saharan Africa lived in extreme poverty. By 2015, this increased to an estimated 413 million people. Forecasts based on the historic average growth rates predict that the number of people living in extreme poverty in the region will remain above 400 million in 2030. So the world needs more effective policies, reinforcing trade, fair competition in public markets, a strong private sector, and more entrepreneurs to create more jobs, better fiscal policies, and better implementation of the laws. To counter this trend of inequalities, national policies need to sustain youth, job creation, gender equity in the workforce. And this is a very important topic in our part of the world. I just remind that I come from Morocco, Maghreb. And redistribute tax revenue more effectively, while steering economies on a path of decarbonization and ensuring new technologies do not exacerbate inequalities. We have to invest more in people to build the foundations for long life learning, to prepare human capital to compete in a more complex digital economy in the future. Lately, the French economist Thomas Piketty had just published a book on the subject that already is a great success. It is called Capital in Ideology. In a few words, it says that it is time to spread the wealth, that if we do not profoundly transform the current economic system to make it less unequal, more equitable, and more sustainable, both between countries and within countries, then populism, xenophobia, and its possible electoral successes to come could very quickly begin the movement of destruction of hypercapitalist and digital globalization of the years 1990 and 2020. Global policies have to join hands with domestic local policies, and this is our role as parliamentarians. This session will explore how the World Bank and the IMF programs will allocate their resources to fight these inequalities, and we will also discuss how parliamentarians can support these institutions in this task. So please allow me, after this introduction, to introduce our two panelists. Mr. Martin, excuse me if I don't pronounce it very properly, Martin Moulaisen. So you've been working at IMF for 26 years. Christine Lagarde appointed you director of the Fund Strategy, Policy and Review Department, the department that plays a central role in developing the fund's strategic direction and in designing, implementing, and evaluating the fund's policies. Madame Lagarde said about you that you have a deep understanding of the fund and the needs of the membership. At the same time, you are an innovator and a team player. Christine Lagarde said that she has been impressed in particular by your ability to remain clear-headed in difficult situations and to always see creative solutions within the boundaries of the rules. Your career includes key policy assignments during the financial crisis and work on a range of major advanced and emerging countries. We will also have as speaker Honorable Michael Astrup Jensen from Denmark. You're a member of the Danish Parliament, chairman and spokesman of the Foreign Affairs Committee. You are vice chairman of the Danish delegation to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. You're a member of the Liberal Party in Denmark, and you hold the position of member of the Executive Committee of the party. As chairman and spokesman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, you have made strong statements about conflict situation in different parts of the world, and more recently on the Kurdish issue. Your resume also shows that you are very much involved in the arts sector. Denmark has been considered in 2017 as the happiest country in the world. With 5 million inhabitants, out of the 28 European Union countries, Denmark has the 7th lowest Gini coefficient that measures economic equality. Most people in Denmark work less than 37 hours a week. There is a great flexibility in the organization of work and also a great level of productivity and low unemployment rate. You will probably give the audience the keys and tools to this accomplishment, where legislation obviously is determined to shape a socioeconomic model. So I've been told that you each have approximately 10 minutes for your presentation, and then we'll open the question from the room. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nila, for this very kind introduction, and also setting the stage for what I hope will be a great discussion. Let me also welcome you all to Washington. I know that our Deputy Managing Director was here before me, so maybe I'm not going to go so much into the broad issues. I think you've had a good session just before that. But perhaps it's helpful for you to understand a little bit what the IMF is doing in general, but then also how this applies to the question of inequality. And I was asked also to speak a little bit about what you can do to support this work, and I'll be happy to do that too. So what's the difference between the IMF and the World Bank? Broadly speaking, the IMF deals with global economic stability, with exchange rates, with fiscal deficits, with capital flows, everything on a macro level. Whereas the World Bank, of course, is a development bank, a development organization that goes very much into specific lending, into sectoral issues. There's overlap in the sense that good economics help development, and sometimes specific sectoral policies are needed for the IMF to assess what can be best done for stability in a particular country. But there's a broad kind of division of labor between the two institutions that's been existing for 75 years since both institutions were founded. And within that division of labor, we at the IMF have also realized over time that it's not enough to just talk about the big numbers. I mean, fiscal deficit, yes, they're important. Current account balance is important. Reserves are important. Inflation. But it's also the quality of the policies and other factors that are what we call macro-critical or macro-relevant that we need to take into account for our work. Because as we've seen, the last 5 to 10 years since the global financial crisis is really just one of many examples in history that questions of income distribution, of opportunities for future generations, a feeling that others get ahead fast while others stay behind, can really undermine macro prospects also, because it goes into institutions, it goes into support for particular macro policies. And so the fund has also increasingly looked into questions of inequality. Also climate change, of course, is very important. It affects already many countries and will become even more important. The question of gender equality and gender policies is really important because it affects a big part of the labor force, if you want, so it has macro-critical relevance. And so what we've done, starting about 2 years ago, is we've developed a framework internally at the IMF, how we want to advise our many country teams to think about these issues and who to work with, so that they also focus on social policies and have a better expertise in how to design policies in different areas. So how does the IMF operate? We have 3 major streams of work, if you want. The first one is called, it's probably a bit of a misnomer these days, but it's called surveillance, for what it's worth. It's been around for many decades, that word. It means that you, our member countries, do a peer review of each country that is a member of the IMF. It would be in the equivalent of this room over on the other side of the street, where there is a board meeting. It's called an Article 4 consultation, where every country presents their economic policies to the membership and gets then feedback from everybody else on what the membership thinks about these policies. And the staff of the IMF supports this debate, this peer review, through a report where staff analyzes and gives its opinion on the state of different policies, and then the membership agrees or doesn't agree with that, but it's a peer review at the heart of the matter. So that's what we call economic surveillance. And by obligation of our Articles of Agreement, every member has to go through that process once a year. So from the biggest country, the United States, to the smallest one, like Nauru, for example, it doesn't matter. Each member of the IMF goes through that process once a year. The second big kind of line of work is probably the one that the IMF is best known for. It's about lending and programs. We have a war chest, if you want, of up to $1 trillion still at the moment, although that's also under debate right now. But we can use that chest to support countries that are in balance of payment difficulties, as we call it. In other words, they face exchange rate crisis, they face difficulties repaying external debt, and you have countries like Argentina that are always in the headlines, Egypt lately, Pakistan. We negotiate with these countries. Ideally, they would present us a program of how they want to fix their economy, what reforms they want to undertake, what macro policies they plan to do. And then the IMF and others support this effort with loans, and these loans are being reviewed every couple of months, and hopefully at the end of the program the problem has been solved and the money gets repaid. That's the second big line of work that we do. And the third one is capacity building and technical assistance training. That's perhaps the most unknown of our 3 activities. It's been growing rapidly in the last decade, I would say, and it's now accounting for up to a third of our resources, to a large extent financed also by external funding. There's a huge demand out there for fund advice outside this Article 4 process and programs. We have experts in many areas: fiscal policy, monetary policy, financial sector policies. The advice is usually free. As a member, you're entitled to get this technical assistance, and there's a process how we try and allocate our finite resources in a optimal way so that everybody gets the advice that they need. And we have a couple of training centers and technical assistance centers around the world so that people don't have to travel that much. But it's really supporting, if you want, a network of policymakers, of experts, including hopefully also some parliamentarians that that help provide feedback on policies, that help implement better policies, and that supports the overall effort of the fund's work and also other institutions' work. So these 3, I just want you to keep in mind, please. So surveillance, the lending, and the capacity building. And so let me talk about how we approach inequality in each of these fields. So, for example, what we call surveillance also involves analysis and research. So it could be done sometimes at the university, but we also do some in-house analysis because we have, of course, lots of talented macroeconomists, and they see things up close. And so the analysis effort is not something that goes into journals necessarily, although some papers end up there too. But it's really applied analysis and research, and how can we deal with a problem kind of in concrete terms. So, for example, the most well-known report that comes out, the World Economic Outlook, has done quite a bit of work on income and inequality issues lately. For example, they analyzed falling labor income shares, the slowdown in wages after the global financial crisis, and trends in labor force participation in advanced economies, all in the last 2-3 years. And just the latest chapter of the WEO on regional disparities within countries has come out with also, I hope, interesting findings. I mean, all of these papers, I should say, of course, they analyze the situation, they try to diagnose a particular problem, and then they also try to develop policy recommendations. So when you look at these chapters, they usually are quite comprehensive, and if you're interested in a particular area, you get like a digest within a small amount of pages that should be helpful. Separately, we also have a fiscal monitor that, as its name implies, looks at government spending and taxation, and they looked at questions such as the progressivity of income taxation, universal basic income, public spending policies for more equitable education and health outcomes, just to name a few. And then, apart from these official publications, if you want, we also have staff-initiated research. We call them staff discussion notes or working papers, and they also look at a whole range of questions of, for example, intergenerational inequality and such. So there's a very rich academic discussion going on and policy discussion going on at the IMF that then informs our country work. And in terms of this bilateral surveillance, as we call it, so with specific countries, we had, I think, 43 conversations with countries, 43 Article 4 consultations, out of about 189 member countries, so that's roughly a fourth, if you want, of discussions that went into inequality-related developments and policy issues. So it's quite widespread, this kind of analysis. We did talk about, I did talk about the social spending framework that we mentioned. So part of the fact that we have 43 country teams looking into these issues reflects this social spending framework, which basically tells our member countries that our member teams, our staff teams, that first of all, it's important for you to look at this. There's clear guidance from our management that country teams are supposed to look at inequality and social spending. We had this tradition at the IMF that country teams are quite autonomous in discussing with authorities the themes that should be covered in their annual discussions. But here now there is clear guidance at what to look at. There's guidance at looking at macro-critical issues, and there's also guidance to talk to other institutions to analyze these issues. So, for example, the World Bank, regional development banks, the OECD does work on inequality, and others. And so there's been a very strong push, and we see that this is now picking up. And of course, on top of all that, there's now the discussion also that countries are interested in how much they need to spend to reach the Sustainable Development Goals, which adds yet another dimension to this push for the IMF to also look into that. So I can give you some kind of examples if you're interested more specifically, but let me just say that in terms of the country work, this ongoing kind of initiative to strengthen work on inequality is gaining speed. It's there, and I expect that next year, if we had to have this discussion again, I would probably be able to give you some larger numbers in terms of how this is being covered. Maybe just a little word also on gender equality, because that's, I think, a key part of the inequality discussion. Again, we have had an increasing number of countries look into that. We've discussed female labor force participation and wage gaps, for example, in India, Morocco, and with Rwanda. Impact of closing gender gaps on productivity and growth. We looked at it in Canada, Japan, Niger, Pakistan, a whole range of different countries, and I'm just giving you a few examples. Gender gaps and demographic challenges was a topic that was very intently discussed in Japan. There's the whole question of financial inclusion, and then we also did work on the provision of childcare, cash transfers targeting girls' education, gender budgeting, including in Morocco. We had some work on that, and Rwanda again. So kind of very detailed issues, country by country, very specific, and it's sometimes hard to generalize, but we have very talented country teams, and they will take this this demand and this initiative and apply it to country-specific circumstances, using some of the analytical work that we've done internally and working with partner countries. So capacity development, maybe just to say a word, we do have training courses on inclusive growth and fiscal policy since 2013. These training courses are open for country officials. As I said, they're either held here in DC or in training centers around the world. We do distributional analysis, for example, in the context of energy subsidy reform. We do capacity development on social spending, such as pension reforms, energy subsidy reforms, social safety nets, and we do quite a bit on gender budgeting. Now, I said earlier, I'm also going to say something on what you can do to help. I think, first of all, it would be important, again, for you to kind of carry that understanding of what the IMF and the World Bank are doing back to your parliaments at home. And especially for countries that are very active in providing development assistance and have means to provide support to international institutions, one pledge I would like to make is that the IMF, as being this macro institution, sometimes has difficulties accessing funds for the capacity development because we're not necessarily seen as a development organization. So, in other words, people who are interested in development policies usually look at the World Bank and development banks, and a lot of the financial effort is directed at these institutions. But I would contend that if the fund does something on social spending on a macro level and government spending and taxation work, that this is also contributing quite a lot on development and also on inequality. But because we are not often seen as part of the development community, we have sometimes difficulties accessing these funds to support our training and capacity development assistance. So if you ever hear in discussions in your parliaments that the IMF also kind of needs some funding, we would appreciate your support on that one, because I think we're doing an important part of the work, and of course together with the development organizations. But just an appeal that when it comes to distributing the cake of available financing, have a thought about the IMF at some point here or there. Maybe on lending, I should say something as our last and third kind of work, line of work. We have two types of lending. One is the regular kind of IMF lending that is very short-term and aimed at resolving balance of payment difficulties. It comes with an interest rate that is linked to our SDR rate. Can be sometimes quite costly, and given the low interest rates that persist in many countries, sometimes our loans are a bit more expensive than others. That's perhaps also good in the sense that it provides an incentive to repay the IMF, and maybe if you can get private sector financing and still maintain good policies, maybe you want to go that way. But in any case, for especially developing countries, these interest rates kind of sometimes add to the debt burden, and so a couple of years ago we decided that our second line of lending, which we call the Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust lending, comes with a zero interest rate. And these programs are often a bit longer in term because they also deal with structural issues, they support development, and also these funds are these loans are also financed from a concessional trust, and that we need to fill every now and then. But in any case, whether it's in the regular loan facilities or whether it's in these concessional loan facilities, we've increasingly attempted to address the adverse effects of adjustments that come with the program. As you can imagine, because of the conditionality that the IMF asks countries to do, and also, of course, the bank and others when it comes to these programs, countries are often reluctant to come to us because they don't want to be seen as having policies imposed on them by the IMF, which is not the idea in the first place, I tell you, because we want to support domestic policies. But still, once the IMF gets involved, it becomes very political and sometimes very difficult. So countries come to us usually when it's quite late in the game, when there's really a danger of running out of money some way or another. And well, when you're in that position, there's often a strong adjustment need. In other words, maybe the fiscal deficit has become a bit too big, or the current account deficit. And we're happy to help countries kind of get back into a situation where they can finance themselves in the market and don't need to come to the IMF again. But we're also held responsible by our member countries to lend responsibly so that there is a good chance that we get our money back. And therefore, we need to insist on some reforms. Ideally, these reforms are the ones that are being proposed by the country and that we can simply go along with. That's not always the case, however, because there is some austerity involved that's unpopular, and so we need to insist on maybe a bit more adjustment than the country had originally planned, and so there's a negotiation process. And in the end, there is some adjustment, and this adjustment, as we are quite painfully aware, is hurting people. I mean, there's no question. Even if you design it in the least kind of, or in the best kind of most gradual way, there's going to be some spending that will have to be cut at some point, and there's some taxes that may have to be raised. There's just no kind of magic wand to get a country back into a situation where the markets will finance it. And so a lot of the thinking at the fund has always evolved around how can we do this in a way that helps country maintain the support of voters, the support of parliaments. How can we get the country through that difficult period? How can we do it in a way that countries maintain ownership? And And so that thinking has also included looking at social spending to mitigate the effects of this adjustment that sometimes is necessary. And we've had programs designed to safeguard social priority spending. We've had floors on, for example, health spending in some cases, or floors on overall social spending. We had reforms to protect vulnerable groups. And also lately, more recently, we also have commitments and structural reforms regarding gender equality, for example, in Egypt or Argentina, Jordan, Niger. So in all three areas that I mentioned, surveillance, lending, and capacity development, we've really stepped up, I think, on the work on inequality. And I think with that, I'm probably running out of time. Right?
Thank you, Martin. Yes,
Yeah,
thank you. But we'll have the occasion when we open for the discussion to come back to how to benefit more from these programs. So now we're going to listen to you, Michael. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation to say a few words. I actually got a new party president who is a former army commander, so he always tells us to stick to time and always to make sure that we do not run ahead of time or anything like that. So I'll try to be brief, but hopefully also say a few interesting words at the same time. And, you know, I won't try to say that the Danish model is a model that can be used in any other country in the world, because of course not. What is good in Denmark is perhaps not the best solution in Somalia and elsewhere. So what I will be trying to say is what we will, from the Danish perspective, is trying to develop in our development policies on a global scale. Because we just adopted a new development program, which was actually adopted by the entire parliament. Every MP voted in favor for it, the first time ever, I think. So there's broad consensus both from the majority and also from the minority side. And we can actually start from like a top 5 issue. The first point is education. Education is, in my view, key to everything. It is key to try to stop the inequality. It is both from a gender perspective, from an income perspective. Well, yes, for any perspective, education is key. And therefore, in Denmark, for example, we just adopted a law that stipulates that 95% of all Danes who are in that age bracket have to have a high school diploma. 95%. And the reason for that is, of course, we are seeing that we all live longer and longer, and that's, of course, a good thing. But if we have to try to also have a fiscal balance in our budget, we need also to have a higher skilled labor force. And that is one of the reasons for how we can actually have a very small unemployment rate for our young people. We have about an unemployment rate of about 9%. In EU as a total is about 15%. So we have a big difference in that area, and I think one of the key things for that is education. And also, and now I'm saying the bad word, free education. Free education is key. I visit so many countries where just the thing of attending primary school is so expensive that it's impossible. And then you are already lost, you know, ahead of time, so to speak. You're losing a generation who has no possibilities to, you know, prosper in any way. So primary education, but also secondary education, you have to have it either free or very, very cost efficiency. Then also the fight against corruption. And I'm telling this, of course, coming from a country which in the last 5 years, according to Transparency International, are either the best or the second best in being the most uncorrupt country in the world. We just now only got silver. Apparently New Zealand is just a tiny bit better than Denmark. I don't know why, but they are. So that's okay. Because, you know, we got the first and the second place in the last 5 years. And you know, the fight against corruption, you need to be transparent in getting that goal. An example. in the Danish parliament, and this is not a thing you should do, but you can actually look up me, the strange person, Michael Ostrup Jensen. You can actually see all the votes I've been casting for the over 14 years I've been member of parliament. You can see every word I've been, said in parliament. You can see all my financial interest, and you can see that online. So every Dane or anything else can see that. So we are extremely transparent. And I think that is key to actually fight corruption. Because it's quite impossible for me to getting a big envelope of money and then going down to vote anything, that will stick out. Because it will stick out. People can see it for themselves that, Michael cast this very strange vote. Why did he do that? Well, perhaps there's a reason for that. So transparency is so important in the fight against corruption. And then fair tax. I won't mention country names, don't worry, but I visited so many countries around the world where you come to a place where they have a big country investing in that area. For example, in coal mines or copper mines and so on. And they are in that country, they're primarily also shipping 1,000 workers from that country or something like that. They are using that mine, so it's spent, and then leaving again. What did the country get out of that? In so many cases, the only thing they got out of it was some kind of infrastructure investment that perhaps they didn't even need. And some people got a lot of suitcases with something in it. We're seeing, a lot of countries being used by so-called superpowers around the world in that area. So fair tax is important. And coming from a country which is the second most taxed country in the world, thank you to France, you're the number one. We're the second most taxed country in the world. We're actually right now trying to say something that we want to, not to have the same tax percentages in your countries, don't worry, but we actually know a bit about how to tax in fairness. So you're actually also saying to wealthy people, it's good that you're wealthy. Of course you should be able to do that, but perhaps you should also pay a bit to the community. So that is important. A fair tax is so important also from countries, but also from people. And then reforms. A fiscal balance is so important, and therefore it is something we should actually demand from all over the world. And then family law. The fight against inequality on a gender-based. I actually got an experience yesterday. I took a taxi from Dulles Airport into town, and I rode with a taxi driver who were a woman who just arrived in the US 5 years ago. She was so happy about it. She just got a kid. But she said, now my world is turned upside down. I'm married to a husband who hasn't got a job yet. He's also an immigrant. But because of I don't have a possibility of maternity leave, paid maternity leave. And I cannot ride a taxi at the same time because I have to take care of my young child. I have to, get another job, but that's quite difficult. So what I'm saying with that is that if you want to fight gender inequality, you have to get a system regarding maternity leave. In Denmark, for example, we have 12 months paid maternity leave. And I think that's important. Not perhaps it should be 12 months, I'm not saying that, but just something. Because otherwise you cannot get a totally equal workforce. You cannot. If I told my wife back home when we got our 2 children, you have to, stop working as a professor in the university, she would throw me out of the house. She would throw me out of the house. Because, we need gender equality, and that is one of the reasons. That's the top 5. But how to get to top 5, is going to cost a lot of money. And now I'm trying to address all the Western countries, all the rich countries in the world. Because the UN has an adopted policy of spending 0.7% of the GDP on foreign aid. This is an official policy that every UN member country should adopt to. So, of course, everyone is doing that, of course. No. Only 5 countries in the world is spending 0.7% of their GDP on foreign aid. Denmark is one of them. Only 5. So when you see big countries, rich countries, more rich than, for example, Denmark, are saying, oh, we want to do this and this and that, and you're looking at how much they're spending on foreign aid, you get appalled. Sorry for being frank, but you do. So therefore, if we really want to succeed in the SDG goals, which I think is so important, we need to spend more money on these kind of fields, and therefore I hope a lot of more rich and Western communities will try to get to the 0.7% as a goal. I think I'll stick to that, because then I think actually I almost succeeded in sticking to the time allocated.
Thank you, Michael. So we have 15 minutes left, so we will immediately open for discussions with the room. Please go ahead, Congo.
Merci de la parole, Madame la modératrice. Je veux poser ma question à Monsieur Mlayson à propos des FMI. Généralement, dans le continent africain, la réputation les FMI n'est pas très bien perçue. Vous êtes perçu comme la structure qui vient un peu faire des cures d'amaigrissement. Vous parlez des réformes, vous parlez des politiques aujourd'hui. L'Afrique, c'est l'avenir du monde en termes de jeunesse, en termes de potentiel. Alors, comment vous pensez que vous pouvez impliquer les parlementaires dans la dynamique de réforme que vous portez? Il faut signaler ici que les réformes ne sont pas visibles et la plupart des pays africains, nos électeurs, attendent de nous de voir des choses concrètes. Ils veulent voir des routes, ils veulent voir des écoles, ils veulent voir des hôpitaux. Comment vous pouvez concilier cette dynamique qui vous guide en termes de réformes invisibles pour mieux gérer les ressources et des besoins des populations, de voir que leurs problèmes sont résolus, parce que les politiques doivent faire face à cette double contrainte. Et comment, au bout du compte, et je termine par là, vous pensez que votre institution peut être mieux perçue dans nos pays comme partenaire qui peut nous conduire au développement? Le plus souvent, l'aide ne développe pas. On en convient, mais aujourd'hui, vous ne pouvez pas, par exemple, je parle de la RDC, nous avons un PIB des 40 milliards d'habitants, des 40 milliards de dollars, nous avons une dette qui ne dépasse pas 4 milliards, donc nous avons la possibilité d'élever des fonds et qui équivalent à notre PIB, mais nous n'y arrivons pas parce que nous ne sommes peut-être pas en programme formel avec les FMI. Comment conciliez-vous toutes ces questions? Merci.
So we'll take a few questions and then the speakers will answer. So from Canada.
Thank you. My question is very short. I'm just wondering what the IMF's position is on the current troubles in Ecuador, and how do you intend to address those?
Any other question?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I would like to ask one question I am repeatedly asking every year. How the IMF can use its global experience as far as running the natural resources of country can help them. For example, in a country like Senegal, discover recently petrol and gas. How can the experience of, by technical assistance or whatever, the experience of the IMF could help that country transforming that natural resources not in the curse but in the blessing? About 3 years ago, the IMF organized a field visit for this network in Peru. And I realize that Peru is benefiting from the natural resources. They have been able to multiply by 3 in 10 years their GDP. How this kind of experience can benefit in a country like Senegal. I'm coming from a town called Saint-Louis du Senegal. 75 ladies, women are dying every single year by giving birth. And we have discovered a lot of petrol and gas in that region. How can we benefit from your experience? Thank you very much.
Morocco.
Merci Madame Tazi. Je remercie les panélistes bien sûr et je remercie surtout Monsieur Astrup Jensen qui nous a présenté ce qu'il a noté ou ce qu'il a appelé priorité pour essayer d'approcher cette question d'inégalité. En fait, c'est une question, on voit que c'est une question très complexe. Et c'est normal que tout à l'heure le vice-directeur général du FMI nous a dit que chaque pays doit trouver en fait sa propre réponse à la question. On peut avoir bien sûr des idées générales, globales, mais le contexte est différent dans chaque pays. Moi j'aimerais surtout avoir une réflexion, peut-être quel est votre point de vue sur une question très particulière, qui est que depuis un certain nombre d'années, on se dit que le secteur public, il n'est pas, dans un certain nombre de pays, il n'est pas efficace. Il faut encourager le secteur privé dans tous les domaines, y compris dans le domaine de l'éducation, dans le domaine de la santé. Et en fait, on se retrouve dans un piège parce que avec un secteur privé dans l'éducation et dans la santé, ce sont des secteurs qui vont beaucoup plus profiter aux gens qui ont les moyens. Et donc on a dans un certain nombre de pays l'éducation à 2 vitesses, un système de santé à 2 vitesses, un accès à l'emploi toujours à 2 vitesses, etc. Donc comment est-ce qu'on peut allier ces deux notions? Une économie de marché, on le sait, c'est une économie de marché. C'est elle qui est capable de créer de la richesse et de donner la possibilité aux gens de s'exprimer et d'utiliser leur potentiel pour créer de la richesse. Comment est-ce qu'on peut allier cette approche-là d'économie de marché et en même temps une égalité dans l'accès aux services de base qui sont l'éducation et la santé, sachant que l'éducation, comme vous venez bien de le dire, c'est la clé pour l'égalité des chances et pour l'équité en général. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. So we'll take one last question from the Honorable Senator from Canada, and then, because we have 10 minutes left to answer all these questions, most of the answers will come from you, Martin, I think, and one from Michael concerning the Member of Parliament from Morocco. If we have time, we'll take one last question from Bangladesh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman, for giving me this opportunity. I think I cannot agree more with both panelists have said in the goals and in the approaches. However, you know, I am Canadian, but coming from Peru, which has been mentioned a couple of times, and Canada and Peru are very similar in their economy based on natural resources extraction, and I'm sometimes very surprised that still living in Canada, sometimes we have to accept products and merchandise coming from other countries where labor is cheaper, and that is it's included in the fair tax but I wonder if one of the roles of World Bank or EFM could be also to, you know, set up basic labor rules, basic carbon print floors, as you were saying, that allows for to really have these fair taxes, because otherwise, you know, according to what we just heard about the économie du marché, is that allowing that anybody can compete, but the rules are not the same in the different countries, you know. So Canada imports steel, but we have steel, but we import because it can be produced cheaper, but we don't count on the carbon print of this steel coming so far. So how can you help us with that?
Thank you. So Martin, you had the floor.
Okay, thank you for these very good questions. Let me maybe start with Ecuador. So it's not unusual that in a program that certain policies don't go as planned, and what we've seen now is that the authorities took a measure that generated widespread protest. There's a very strong ownership on the part of the authorities in Ecuador, and they're committed to continuing on their reform path, and it's really unfortunate that the protests have led to some deaths in the streets even. But I think they want to seek a dialogue with their domestic groups to see how to kind of carry the program forward. In this case, the fund is kind of waiting what the authorities talk to domestically, and then we will find a way on a macroeconomic basis to continue with the program. It happens often that sometimes measures don't yield the expected revenues, or that there's an expenditure overrun because of a shock, sometimes to commodity prices in other countries. And we're agile enough and our framework is flexible enough to step back and say, okay, how can we kind of shift around perhaps some of the measures in the outer years? How can we shift the question of the schedule of disbursements so that the original objectives of the program can be achieved? And we're going to do the same with Ecuador. On the specific issue of what they're going to plan in the next couple of days, I can't tell you right now. Of course, our teams are in close contact with the authorities, and it's tragic that it leads to these events. But again, you know, the question for Ecuador was at some point they needed to close the fiscal gap somehow. There was not enough money out there to keep them going at the amount of spending that they took. And they themselves choose the way to go forward on that. And we've accompanied it with the program. And as I said, now we need to step back and see how we can keep the reform momentum going. On Congo, so I realize that the bookkeepers that tell you that the till is empty is not very popular in many places, and that is sometimes the role we have to fulfill. But we're not just looking at the numbers. What we're trying to do on the international circuit is to help countries tackle these difficulties that they have domestically in a better and easier way. There is an element that each country has to tackle its own difficulties. I think we all agree on that. In the end, countries need to set themselves on the path of the right reforms and live within their budgetary kind of means. But what we can do at the fund is we can try and help them internationally to get to a better kind of spending and revenue equilibrium. For example, the discussion of taxation right now. At the OECD, there is a big discussion of international taxation, internet taxation, and the like. Developing countries are not really represented at that debate because the OECD is a club of 38, 39 countries, I believe. And they're doing very valuable work, but the fund, the IMF, will speak up for developing countries in that debate. And so, in other words, when it comes to the BEPS initiative, and the fair allocation of tax revenue, we're going to be a voice for developing countries in that regard. What we're also emphasizing is the question of debt sustainability for countries. And that means sometimes that if in a program it becomes obvious that the adjustment burden on authorities will be too big, the spending cuts would have too big because there's a lot of debt service out there that they have to pay. And so how can they reduce domestic spending to such an amount to close the fiscal gap? Sometimes it's impossible. It would be too much. Then in such a situation, the IMF will be an advocate for debt restructuring, debt reduction. We had the HIPIC initiative way back, but in each country that is kind of at the limit of what it can carry in terms of debt, the fund will insist on a debt restructuring which lowers the burden on the domestic population and frees up resources for investment or spending. We're working also closely with the German and other authorities on the Compact with Africa, which is there to facilitate investment in the participants of that compact. Of course, the kind of quid pro quo is that countries look at investment conditions in their countries, that they put in the reforms to allow countries to come in and invest, to make it worthwhile for them. But that's also an initiative that's going on a broader level. And then, of course, I mentioned technical assistance. When it comes to domestic revenue mobilization, when it comes to sound and efficient spending policies, we've done a lot in helping countries in Africa especially, but everywhere else, to improve their practices, and the countries need to make it stick, and we help with that. But again, it's something that the countries themselves at some point need to deliver. And there, I mean, coming back to natural resources, on Canada or Senegal asked it. I mean, again, we're not sectoral specialists, but we do help with overall macro management and the management of spending and expenditures. And to the extent that we can help in raising revenues from these extractive industries, we will do it. We do have a strong focus also, I didn't talk much about that earlier, on governance and corruption. Each country, each member countries of the IMF will go in the next few years through kind of an assessment by us, what is needed to improve governance and fight corruption in each country, again from advanced countries to developing countries. And where it is an issue, we will look very closely, of course, at extractive industries. And lastly, one thing on trade. The fund believes in free trade, so it's something that really helped us all to and the world to make a lot of inroads into poverty and get strong growth over many decades. There are issues that have to be addressed. The WTO is really the place where this should be negotiated. We are not a trade organization, but you raise a very good point on the carbon footprint. We just came out with a recommendation that everybody adopt a carbon price of $75 per ton of CO2. How this then will go into trade discussions, whether there should be some equilibration at the borders, that are questions that are still they're still to begin right now. They're not very far.
So hello everybody. Let us go to the next panel. I'm happy to be with Mr. Matou and going a little bit in details how to tackle and fight inequalities. So far we've been hearing about the general and strategic overview, about strategic and more inclusive growth agenda from both IMF and World Bank. And together with Mr. Matou, we would like to go a little bit in detail and to see how international trade is tackling down inequality. There have been discussed a lot about international trade and globalization, how these can help in order to decrease inequalities, to have much more fair wages and salaries, and what is more important, how to have much more an economical growth, which is first sustainable and second inclusive. Does international trade helps or no, and how it can help? We are going to discuss in this panel in details. What's more important to me is the fact what us as a member of parliament and what our governments can do in order to design, approve, monitor and enforce somehow policies or technical, let's say, rules and regulations nationally in order to really be there where the challenges are leading us. Definitely in a new area of the new technology with new required skills, it will request a lot of changing in education curricula, first for the students and secondly to prepare the existing workers to the transition phase from what they are doing now and what they need to do tomorrow in order to be ready for the challenges ahead. Together with me is a senior and chief economist of the World Bank. I would like to call a professor because he has been working before joining WTO, before the World Bank, as a professor in the very much famous university. He has been writing a lot about international trade, analysis and agreement. And definitely he's here together with us to show his experience, what World Bank is doing, and I would like to go a little bit in detail what our government must do and what we as a parliamentarian can do in order to enforce exactly these new regulations or the new reform, not only in trade but in general in the economical sphere, policies, fiscal and monetary policy in order to foster growth and to prepare our countries for the challenges ahead. Mr. Matou, I would like to give you the floor and then later on we can go in a discussion together.
Thank you very much. I must apologize also for being a little late because I got the room wrong. But it's a privilege to speak to you. I will draw upon a recent report that we put out. It's called the World Development Report. It's the annual flagship report of the World Bank. And this year, it focused on the phenomenon of global value chains, which is a form of trade where production is fragmented across countries. A computer is not made in one country, but the chips in one part, the screen in another country, and the processor in another country. And this form of trade has grown dramatically, and I would like to focus a little bit on what this means for inequality, which is the subject of your discussion. These global value chains have had a transformative effect. They have grown dramatically, especially since the 1990s. They have powered an economic revolution. Today, many developing countries were able to grow faster than other countries, and begin the process of catch-up. So the first big point is that this phenomenon has led to a dramatic reduction in poverty and global inequality. So if you look at the world as a whole, the world today, thanks to trade and thanks to global value chains, is much less unequal than it was, in the sense of the poorest countries and the people in the poorest countries increasing their incomes and catching up. But it is also true that within countries there has been increasing inequality. And I think it's that central tension which makes globalization interesting. That on the one hand, it is a force for good, helping countries to catch up. On the other hand, it can be an inequalizing force. Some countries are left out, and some people within individual countries are not able to benefit. It's important to know that this phenomenon risks running out of steam. After the Great Recession, the pace of growth in global value chains and in trade has slowed down. One reason is a slowdown in aggregate growth and investment generally. Another is that certain countries like China, which were driving this phenomenon by participating in this, companies like Apple were tying up with companies like Foxconn to produce parts, that China itself is beginning to produce more and more of the parts that it was importing in the past. But perhaps most important reason for the slowdown is, first of all, that the dramatic reforms we saw in the 90s, when Eastern European countries, China, India became progressively more integrated into the world economy, when big negotiations like the WTO's Uruguay round or NAFTA were concluded, we haven't seen any such big development in recent years. What is worse, we are seeing a retreat from openness. It's not just that liberalization has slowed down, protection is increasing. And that, we feel, is a dangerous development, which risks tearing up the fabric of the international trading system and this powerful engine of growth and equalization, which was developing countries being able to export themselves out of poverty. That engine could stall. Now, this is the broad context. In the next 5-7 minutes, I just want to give you a sense of what evidence we were able to put together about the impact of the emergence of global value chains and trade growth on inequality. First of all countries participate in global value chains. Some participate by producing natural resources and agriculture, copper and cocoa. And a lot of the countries in Africa and Central Asia and in Latin America are primarily located at the base of these global value chains. Some other countries, from Bangladesh to Cambodia to Ethiopia, have managed to break into simple participation through garment production or simple manufacturing. Still others into more advanced manufacturing like electronics or back office services. And very few countries are at the apex producing innovative goods and services. I emphasize this difference across countries because it matters for their prospects. Looking at what happens when you participate, it's striking that countries which have successfully engaged in, is that me or is that you? Sorry. Okay. Somehow the title seemed to disappear, but that one thing that is striking is firms which participate in these global value chains have seen much faster growth in productivity. At the country level, it's countries which transitioned out of commodities into limited manufacturing, think of Vietnam, Cambodia, Bangladesh, which saw the fastest rates of growth. Now that itself is a force for equality, because if the poorest countries grow much faster than other countries, the world becomes a less unequal place. Now, as far as employment is concerned, which is really crucial for how equally the gains from participation are distributed, it is true that the world is becoming more capital intensive. So on the one hand, firms are becoming more productive. On the other hand, they're using more capital. And that means that they're generating fewer jobs. And that's bad news for equality. But it is also true that some of the firms that are able to participate in global value chains are productive. Their scale increases dramatically, and therefore the growth in employment in a country like Ethiopia that has come from participation is faster than if they were not participating. So even employment is growing. Now, because productivity is growing, employment is growing, it is quite striking how much poverty is being reduced. These maps, I'm sorry, something happened to the titles, that what is striking is that the countries or the regions within a country like Vietnam, which have seen deeper participation in international trade and global value chains, are precisely the regions which have seen the fastest rates of reduction in poverty. And that's true in Mexico, that's true in other countries, and across the world, there is compelling evidence. So this is the good news. The good news is that if you look back at the whole world and see what trade and global value chains are doing, they're lifting people out of poverty and making the world more equal. But the bad news is that there is a tendency towards greater inequality. First of all, across countries, when you look at a sector like textiles, this chart shows that as a country, like industrial country like Japan participates more, the profits, the markups, the difference between costs and the prices at which they're sold increase. But developing countries, the opposite is true. Increasing participation means smaller markups, which means that market power matters in these markets. Large concentrated buyers are able to push down the prices of products they buy from developing countries. So there is a risk that the gains from participation are distributed unequally. Then within countries, because especially in industrial countries, global value chains create the prospect of moving production to low-wage countries, they add to technology as a force that leads to a redistribution of benefits away from labor and towards capital. GVCs or global value chains are great for women's employment. When you see pictures in Bangladesh, in Cambodia, you see thousands, millions of women employed, and that's great for development, which means women are employed, their children are better educated and better nourished. So that's again great for development. But even within global value chains, women don't break glass ceilings. They are usually working in the lower levels. They're not managers, they're not entrepreneurs. So the bottom line is there is reason to worry about the inequality that is created. And the question then is, what should we do? Now, first of all, we need to strengthen participation, because participation itself is a powerful force for helping countries grow and lift people out of poverty. And at different stages, different things matter, and I won't bore you with the details, but there are important ways in which countries can transition, facilitating trade, reducing trade costs, liberalizing transport services, developing skills in the way that you were just describing, and at more advanced levels, even enhancing the capacity to innovate. But most important are domestic policies to support or ensure that the gains are more widely distributed. Here, there are powerful examples of countries like Denmark, which have been able to develop schemes which are offer both labor market flexibility with individual security. I can talk more about it, but it is a pity that that kind of arrangement is still relatively rare, especially in the Anglo-Saxon countries which have been at the cutting edge of globalization. And that's why I think an important reason why we have seen the strongest backlash against globalization precisely in the countries which were at the frontiers of globalization. Then there are important other work that can happen in developing countries to improve working conditions and health and safety standards. There are examples from Vietnam where we have seen that ILO working with firms and governments have ensured that there are much better working conditions and standards. But it is also essential that we continue to cooperate internationally. As I said to you, the World Trade Organization, which offered predictability and openness, is in trouble. We are not getting the kind of liberalization that would ensure deepening participation in countries that have been left out of global value chains and trade. All countries have benefited from the rules-based system. If we see continuing protectionism, our estimates suggest that 30 million people could be pushed into poverty, and that would be bad for everybody. And incomes globally could fall by as much as $1.4 trillion. But I also want to emphasize that in order to benefit from trade, we need to look beyond trade. One big problem today is that taxes, regulation are national. Especially taxation in a globalized world is really hard because the winners from globalization can escape to low tax jurisdictions, whether it's capital or skills. Estimates suggest that developing countries lose more as a share of their GDP from multinationals shifting profits to low tax jurisdictions. We have seen a dramatic decline in tax rates on corporations, on the top 1%, whereas the median worker sees higher and higher taxes. If we are going to empower governments to help the losers from globalization, to help workers in industrial countries to adjust to pressures of competition, and developing countries to build the infrastructure that they need to participate successfully in global value chains, then we need to see more meaningful cooperation in areas like taxation. And fortunately, there seems to be a growing convergence on destination-based taxation, but there is still important work to be done to ensure that developing countries receive a fair share of revenues from this. So my bottom line is that we need greater international cooperation on taxation, on competition policy, in order to ensure that this powerful engine of growth, which is trade and global value chains, continue to deliver greater equality globally, but also greater equality within countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matu, and I would like to give the floor to the discussant in order to really have a pure discussion. It seems very much interesting topics, and feel free to ask questions. Please. So the speaker, please.
You said that there is a lack of cooperation as between the working of the IMF and World Trade Organization. Would you like to suggest in what ways this cooperation can be increased profitably for the developed and the underdeveloped?
Yes, thanks. I'm really interested in the disparity between developed countries and developing countries, and how that disparity may be in terms of the benefits of the global value chain that delivers to a local economy, how that disparity may be exacerbated by the increasingly digital and brand-related value that is derived versus the actual product value that is derived in a developing country, perhaps making a product, but that product, the value is enhanced dramatically through digital assets or the intellectual property brand asset, and that's why that disparity seems to be growing. And is there a way for us to consider how that ability to develop brand value and digital asset value in developing countries could be assisted?
Yes, Mr. Mazu, I have simpler question than everybody else before asked. Is your presentation IMF secret, or we will be able to get it somehow, somewhere? Okay, thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to ask if there's any research been done into the relative economic boosting that investments have in different areas. So where the return on, or the benefits to the global supply chain might be disproportionately big by focusing on specific geographic regions, specific fields, specific parts of the value chain, etc. Thanks.
As we are not having for the time being a question, do you have? Yes, please.
All right, I'm Limo from Kenya. I just wanted to find out what IMF and World Bank are doing in terms of ensuring that as countries develop, the issue of sustainable and stable policies is addressed, so that some countries will not implement very good policies which ensures that the trade develop well, while others who have unpredictable and unstable policies will continue going down, and hence contributing to inequalities. So what is IMF and World Bank doing in terms of standardization of policies, or encouraging countries to implement certain policies which are standard or which are stable and are predictable?
Before I forget,
So it's better that leave Mr. Matu to respond to the first group of questions, and we can have another season of questions and discussion.
Okay. To begin with, I'm sorry if I wasn't sufficiently clear. I did not mean to say that the IMF and the WTO are not cooperating. In fact, there is fortunately progressively greater cooperation between international institutions. And, you know, in a way, the international organizations should also work according to their comparative advantage. I think I'll answer also the first and the last question together, and it's relevant that the World Trade Organization's role is to provide a forum for countries to negotiate greater openness, and then to lock it in, to make it legally binding. That accomplishes two crucial things. It makes the world more open, and it makes policies more predictable. Now, recent developments that you see are in a way going against that. When countries do not respect international agreements, whether they're regional agreements or international, that reduces the predictability of policies. When policies are not predictable, people who have to invest, especially investing in relationships or investing in trade, they want to hold back and wait and see what is going to happen. And that's what we are seeing in the world today. We are seeing a dramatic increase in policy uncertainty, which is leading to lower investment and which is hurting growth everywhere. So I think the good news is that, as I said, I see international tax cooperation as necessary to ensure countries stay open, to empower governments to have the resources that they need, either to help the losers or build the infrastructure. And the good news is that the IMF, the OECD, and the World Bank, there is a greater consensus on the fact that we need this cooperation, and we are seeing participation by a large number of both developing and industrial countries. So that's the good news. I think there's another important way in which the World Bank works, and it's different, is in providing countries support to strengthen their supply capacity. We support, one of our biggest areas of support is trade facilitation. We are working, for example, with the African Continental Free Trade Area to help make sure that that agreement delivers the development benefits that it needs. We are also working across the world to ensure, we have developed a new human capital index, but we have also translated it into a diagnostic device to see where are the weaknesses in education. In many countries, children go to school, but they do not learn. So developing the skills that are needed to take advantage of the opportunities offered by globalization is another area where we are working very hard, as well as on developing the infrastructure, whether it is ensuring better fiber optic connectivity or better ports. These are the areas in which the World Bank is offering both financial and technical support. But coming back to your question about the disparity between developed and developing countries, and I think you're absolutely right. The more that the brand name, if I can take a specific example, if there's a company, let's say, let me not take any names, which buys T-shirts from Bangladesh at a certain, because there are many places they can buy T-shirts from, but that company is able to put its brand name in Spain on it. Now, we as consumers value the brand name. There used to be this joke about alligators costing more than the T-shirt. And so it does happen that there is less, the brand is a way of reducing competition. And it is a way that the company is able to charge a higher price, which is very different from the cost at which it buys. What is the solution? So on the one hand, as I said, one solution to ensure that these arrangements do not become, how should I say, inequality creating, is to have more effective tax policies so that we can tax the people who make extra normal profits and ensure that those revenues are used to help other people who are being left out of globalization. The other is more effective competition policy to ensure that there is entry at each stage, that people are not able to maintain privileged positions. For example, when you look at this whole digital giants, whether it's Facebook or Google, I think there is a real problem that they can create barriers to entry. And therefore, ensuring that there is effective competition policy, cooperation, it doesn't become a source of friction like it has between the United States and Europe, but it becomes a more collaborative way of ensuring that large firms are not able to make extra normal profits. I think these are the two pillars that our report, and I mentioned, highlight. I think the question of where is the biggest bang for the buck, where should we focus our investments or assistance, I think one thing emerges that how you participate does depend on your fundamentals. Those fundamentals are things like what you have, low-skilled labor, capital, where you are, how are you remote or are you central, how large your market is, how strong your institutions are. So those are the things that determine, but at the margin, working with capital comparative advantage, in a country like, for example, Cambodia, where they had a lot of unskilled labor, or Ethiopia, investments in export processing zones which liberated at least some part of the country from the inadequacies of infrastructure, from extremely cumbersome regulation, and from restrictive trade policy, provided little engines of growth. So I think we do need to think hard about, there are long-term investments in education, and there are shortcuts in export processing zone, which is not to say that export processing zones work everywhere. But I think one of the questions that we are looking hard at, as I said, for the poorest countries, just ensuring more efficient border crossings, more efficient customs, turns out to have a huge benefit. And that's what, for example, these export processing zones have somehow accomplished in some places, that this cumbersome customs procedures and burdensome tariffs they have eliminated. But I think that's the kind of question, is a fundamentally important question which informs our operations.
So, would like to give the floor to the colleagues that didn't have a chance to make a question before, and then turning back to each of one of you.
Thank you so much. You just stated that the bank and the IMF help countries, especially in the third world and Africa, in the drafting and the negotiation agreements. But may I know what the bank and the IMF is doing to help the third world countries where they mainly still rely on the trade in the raw materials? Our brother from Senegal has just told us about the oil they discovered in the area, but in the end you find they will end up exporting the crude oil and not the refined. So what is the bank doing to help such countries? It's not only limited to Senegal, even Uganda, where I come from, and my brother from Kenya has just talked about it. I think they just had the first shipment of the crude oil. So, because this is what reduces and what they earn in the end in that value chain you're talking about. So how is the bank helping such that they're able to export, to trade in the finished products other than just doing the raw material?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I understand that we follow the numbers very, very close into the raw materials, the natural resources, and we also follow very close the numbers on employment and manufacturing of products and the value of this global value chain, making parts in developing countries and selling at these to developed countries. But I'm not clear if we are also following very close the numbers of the things that goes back to the developing countries, notably the question of the waste. So it's true that many countries participate to the fabrication of cells and computers and things that are sold in the developed countries. But then after, when the developed countries' citizens finish their use, it is known now that they go back to Indonesia, to Africa, and that. So why are these indicators of employment and of I want to say well-being of citizens are taking care, are indicating these inequalities, exposed to higher pollution, exposed to higher contamination, risky works?
Thank you, Chair, and again, thank you, Mr. Matou, or Professor Matou. The clarity of your answers are excellent. I want to just challenge a bit on the idea that taxation regulation or the approach to this, because the difference between product, brand, and then the digital relationship, that ongoing relationship with the ultimate buyer, where the value emanates from and moves down the chain. I think transparency can be a very valuable tool. And you note the brand damage that has been done when proper environmental policies are not put in place. The consumer is often quite upset by what they're seeing in terms of labor policies and that they're supporting. But we see snapshots. We don't see the movie. There is not the ongoing transparency reporting. An improvement may occur as a moment in time, but not be sustained. The consumer thinks the problem was fixed. I think ongoing transparency, and more in the form of a movie than these little snapshots that we see, could be a very valuable tool, and I'd like to see what your thoughts are on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very interesting to listen to you, Mr. Matou. The IMF is giving an advice to all their member countries. And I think that advice from IMF that makes very important discussion in every member countries. And from your point of view, Mr. Matou, from the World Bank, do you think that IMF should be more clear in their advice when it comes to fighting inequalities?
Thank you, Dr. Matou. I'm William Zo from Uganda. I just want you to help the developing countries, especially in two perspectives. One, there is the deliberate action by the multinational companies to curtail technology transfer to the developing countries, that the extent you only see maybe the developing countries participating in collecting taxes, but they even don't understand the form and chain of production which these multinational companies are cherishing. How is IMF going to assist the developing countries to guide possibly multinational companies to ensure that there is technology transfer to these developing countries. Secondly, there is the aspect of the colonial fatigue. Most of the developing countries, their curriculum, educational curriculum, is framed in the perspective that it does not actually give real skills to the job market. How is World Bank going to assist the developing countries to possibly reorient the curriculum of the developing countries so that they are more relevant in the job market, not only in their localities but also globally?
Do we have more questions about this second phase? No? Then Mr. Matou, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm really grateful for this interest and the thoughtful questions that you're posing. I'm also aware that I don't have the answers to all these questions. So I think one value of this dialogue is to precisely force us to think harder and you to engage and be our counterparts and collaborators as we try and implement. This is why I think the opportunity to speak to you is great. I think this question, as I showed you, everybody participates, but they participate in very different ways in these value chains. And I'm acutely aware that especially many developing countries in Africa and Central Asia and Latin America are located at the very base of this value chain. And there are these very striking numbers. You mentioned about demonstrating that what a tiny fraction of the price of a chocolate accrues to the cocoa producer. And that's the kind of static transparency you were talking about, that if everybody, when you think of shoe producers and jeans producers and so on, there are really big inequalities at points of time. Now, the problem is, what can we do? I think one question is, and what we are doing, to give you a concrete, that we are working very closely with developing countries. There are examples of coffee producers in Colombia, in Uganda as well, and in Rwanda, in cashew producers. I hope I'm not going to get the countries mixed up. I'm trying to remember all these, where we are trying to improve both productivity, and in a lot of these cases, especially these small shareholders, trying to ensure that they can participate more productively and have contracts and negotiate contracts collectively so that they are able to get a larger share of the whole value pie, so become more productive. Ultimately, I think the crucial thing is also for more advanced processing to happen within developing countries. One of the questions I've been pushing hard, and we're going to meet Nestle in November in Bern, is precisely this question: what is the binding constraint? Why is it that more stages of production don't take place? In Colombia and coffee, there are very interesting examples of how they have succeeded in branding their own coffee in a way that means that the share of the aggregate value that is appropriated by the producer is greater. So there are examples of success. But also, as I said, it is really important also to think about transitioning from agriculture to agro-processing to basic manufacturing. And there are these other kinds of reforms, whether it's reforms in terms of the transactions cost of trade, of transport. One striking example in Africa is that for years countries have been talking, since this Yamoussoukro declaration, of having an open skies over Africa. But you keep these bilateral restrictions which increase the cost of transport significantly. So, the remarkable ability of Kenya and Ethiopia to break into, for example, the cut flower or horticulture sectors was conditional on liberalizing transport. And this is something you don't need a lot of capacity. You simply get rid of. Now, of course, there is a problem. That the industrial country airline which serves the African market also wants benefits from this limited competition. So how do we get more meaningful cooperation? In the World Trade Organization, we have never had talks about liberalizing transport because the vested interests are so strong. But the vested interests are on both sides. A country like Nepal wants its own national airline. But when you want your own national airline, you also want to limit the slots that you allocate. So in tourism, in horticulture, these are the kind of reforms that we really need. And to some extent, you should all be asking, I don't know if this is true, and you will not quote me, but they say that Air France earns more profits on its Africa routes than on its transatlantic routes. And that's where I think the transparency that you're talking about, I think is really important. You don't have good accounting standards for natural resources. Why have they not been developed? Why has the International Federation of Accountants not paid enough attention to how we can have meaningful accounting standards in natural resources? And that's a big problem because you can only tax once you measure. So I think I completely agree that transparency on pricing, naming and shaming, in a world where on the one hand the consumer is willing to pay a huge premium for a brand, the consumer also has the power to punish a brand which is associated with either poor environmental or poor working practices. So I agree that creating mechanisms for people to observe in a sense, the accounts of a large firm and its working practices, not just what you buy, but how it's been made, can be a powerful device in this world. I think this question about waste is really important. A large part of our report focuses on the environmental consequences of global value chains. And one problem is that if you break up production across countries, you have more back and forth movement of parts wrapped in plastic. So you get more emissions and you get more waste. But the good news is, again, on the one hand, if you can hold companies accountable, you see companies are moving away from plastic. All these exotic glass bottles you're seeing and paper things, these are the consequences of pressure to avoid certain kinds of things. But of course, much more needs to be done, both in the realm of innovation and the realm of incentives. The recycling policies that have been instituted and the standards that are being set now, for example, in countries like Malaysia, Philippines, China, which were recipients of huge amounts of plastic waste, is a national response. But there is also need for international cooperation. And here, again, I think it's not just with regard to the environment. I mentioned the example of labor standards and working conditions, how ILO's Better Work program combined again with disclosure requirements. In fact, the disclosure requirements, and this is where transparency comes in, have had a big effect on the efficacy of the implementation of these Better Work programs. And I agree that, you see, the IMF, I'm embarrassed to say, has jumped out of its mandate, which was macroeconomic balance of payment stability, and is doing more on gender, on inequality, perhaps more than the World Bank is doing. And the World Bank, and more than that, I should say, since we are speaking honestly, the IMF has spoken truth to both the incumbent powers and the rising powers about the dangers of trade protectionism. It's amazing, if I can say, our CEO of the World Bank, the World Bank as a whole adopted a very cautious position. We have not been extremely critical of what is happening in trade. But the CEO, as soon as she moved to the IMF, made a very powerful speech against the trade war. So you have to explain this to me. What is the political economy of international organizations where your representatives sit on the boards and we are just humble workers in these organizations? How is it that you don't tell your representatives on the boards to say to the bank, why don't you speak? Why don't you speak about waste as much, inequality as much, the trade war which is destroying our prospects as much? I think the chain runs from, instead of you asking me this question, I should ask you, because I personally feel very frustrated about this in certain situations. And I should, your final point about equipping workers, technology transfer, all these things, I think, developing, I think the one thing that struck me in this whole value chain work as most important is skills. If you look at countries like Cambodia and Vietnam, Cambodia has been making shirts, and Bangladesh has been making the same shirts for the last 20, 30 years, buying cloth from China and making clothes and mostly t-shirts. Where it comes to Vietnam, It's been transformative. It has moved progressively into more and more advanced stage, even more than a country like Mexico, for example. And the difference is that when you look at this learning, there is a PISA score which evaluates how well people are doing in school. And there, Vietnam, I think, is much poorer than Malaysia, does much better in PISA scores. So if I can finish with a joke that I think members of parliament will appreciate. When you look at Eastern Europe, when you look at Vietnam, when you look at China, my joke is perhaps the best preparation for a period of capitalist growth might be a period of socialism, where you have equal access to education and skills in a way that many other countries have not had. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody, for the lively discussion. And just to sum up a little bit, mostly what can be our task rather than what IMF and World Bank is doing. According to what we discussed and what we see even in the presentation, is that when we had a lot of reforms during the 90s till 2008, we saw even a lot of growth. So till the moment that we have the international financial, let's say, crisis. This means or proves that yes, reforms are needed. We're not saying that once in a year we need to make huge reforms, because these reforms can last, I don't know, is it like this? So 2008, so 20 or less 10 years. What we can do for poor countries and much more, let's say, developed or rich countries. Always there is this kind of argument between even national governments, kind of a trade-off, if we need to protect our economies versus the international trade. And yes, because of this protectionism, sometimes we lack the big view or the future view, which in short term, but even in long term, participating is having, or it's giving to our countries more jobs, new jobs, even the necessity of new skills. But definitely for the underdeveloped countries, it goes with a cost. And what our government needs to do, and what us as a parliament needs to really push and see and monitor and control the government, is that what our governments can do in order to really protect the poorest or to protect the employees. Kind of the example, corporate tax versus labor income tax. Meanwhile, in the standardization policies, which was kind of a discussion here, we cannot standardize all the policy. It's kind of a one-to-one approach. Yes, IMF is there and World Bank is there to help and to support, but I remember one of my professor in macroeconomy when I used to study in Frankfurt. Always he was saying, be careful of the advices. Yes, international organizations are giving you the best advices according to their experience, but you are the one that really take care of your nation, and so you need to be really the experts and clear-cut and say, no, this is not good for our countries and for our employees or for our industries and economies, and somehow push the international stuff to really go deeply what is best for our countries. Sometimes a general policy or a general advice can be good for any of us, but sometimes can be wrong for certain position in certain countries in a certain given conditions of the economy. And yes, what we can afford as a parliamentarian to really see and check and revise some laws according to new skills, not simply education as a pure curricula, but even vocational training, innovation and technology, and for somehow participation. So thank you very much for joining this panel, and thank you, Mr. Matou, for all your insights.
Thank you so much.
So just a short announcement, as the next panel is starting at 12:30, then we can have a short break and then meet again at 12:25 here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Hodin, and I am a member of Somali Federal Parliament in the Senate, and also a board member for the Parliamentary Network on World Bank and IMF. I'm very pleased to be practiced in this global parliamentarian workshop at the World Bank and IMF annual meeting today, fighting inequalities in shifting global landscape. And in human capital theory, education is most important instrument for human resource development. Among households, it enhances skills and productivity, increases eligibility for employment in farm sector. Further increase eligibility for investment once employed. For those reasons, education has become universal human right and is very important to compound of opportunities and employment of women. As a global citizen, we make sure children have access to education and stay in school so that we can raise our next Barack Obama, Bill Gates, Oprah, or Maya Angelou. Remember, children who are not in school today are tomorrow's warlords. I quote from Muhammad Ali, "Service to others is the rent you pay for the room here on earth." And Mr. Xavier, is advisor Fragile Conflict Violence Group at the World Bank, leading work on forced displacement and development challenge. He has a broad experience across regions on countries' program, strategy, and policy dialogue, most recent as country manager for Poland and political countries until 2014. The country program coordinator for Egypt, Yemen, and Djibouti from 2007 to 2011. Welcome, Mr. Xavier.
Here we go. Thank you so much, Honourable Chair. Thank you so much, Members of Parliament, Honourable Members of Parliament. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be here today. And what I wanted to do was just to brief you on our work in support of countries that are affected by what we call fragility, conflict, and violence. My name is Xavier De Victor. I'm a practice manager in the part of the World Bank Group that focuses on these countries that we call FCV, as in fragility, conflict, and violence. Let me start by saying the obvious, which is that as the world is moving on with development and poverty reduction, extreme poverty is becoming increasingly concentrated in a smaller number of countries and among a smaller number of social groups. And amongst those who are still experiencing persistent poverty are, of course, the countries exposed to fragility, conflict, and violence. So as a development institution, we will not be able to achieve our mandate of poverty reduction unless we effectively support countries affected by fragility, conflict, and violence. And you see the statistics that by 2030, which is just 11 years from now, about half of the extreme poor in the world will be looking in countries affected by fragility, conflict, and violence. And this is not a problem that seems to be disappearing. In fact, what we see around the world is that conflicts are increasingly protracted, that fragility is not only affected low-income countries, but also middle-income countries. Think about what happened in the Middle East. That they cause externalities that affect the entire world. Think about the forced displacement, the refugee crisis. Think about the Ebola crisis currently in Eastern DRC, and that obviously they are being accompanied by new forms of violence, including what we call violent extremism or terrorism, and in some countries, gang violence and criminal violence that is taking epidemic proportions. So what has been our, or what is our approach to supporting these countries? I think the first point to really underline is that engaging in these countries require a different approach. It requires an approach which is focused not only on poverty reduction, but on achieving a degree of stability as a condition to making progress on poverty reduction. So for us, as a technocratic institution that has long been focused on economic growth and poverty reduction, we have to actually shift our thinking to look also at some of the more political aspects of the situation and focus on trying to make progress or to support progress towards stability and peace. Now, this may seem very theoretical, so let me just give one example. If you take a country like Mali, and I don't know if we have an honorable member of parliament from Mali in this country, in this room, but if you take a country like Mali, the extreme poverty, the poverty is in the south. So if you take a traditional approach to development, you would invest in the south of the country. But if you look at instabilities in the north and the center of the country. So if you focus on stability as a condition to eventual sustainable poverty reduction, you invest in the north and the center. So once again, a different shift, a different focus, and a different way to approach things. Partnerships, similarly, the World Bank is a development organization, but a number of these problems also call for diplomatic efforts, also call for support in the security sector, obviously huge humanitarian efforts. And so the question is, how do we work as part of this broader coalition that also includes a diplomatic security and a humanitarian element? And I'd just like to emphasize that development actors, humanitarian actors, but also security and diplomatic actors tend to speak different languages, to think in terms of different time frames, to think in terms of different instruments. And so how do we evolve a common language to make sure that we actually can add to each other and best support countries? Obviously, these are terribly complex environments where sometimes it is even impossible to actually go in the field. And so huge questions about how do you implement projects in a place where it is actually very difficult for contractors to go or for bank staff to go. And that translates into higher risk level, higher costs of intervention. So against this backdrop, we're actually trying to focus on 4 different areas, which are reflected in the upcoming IDA discussions. The first one is to try and support prevention efforts. In many cases, conflicts take time before they actually fully explode. The question is there something we could do beforehand to try to reduce the risk, to try to mitigate the odds that a country would turn into conflict? Second point, working on externalities and especially population movement, forced displacement, refugee flows. How can we help refugee hosting countries, which for 85% of refugees are actually low and middle income countries? They are not OECD countries. How can we help these countries that are accommodating 85% of refugees to do it in a manner that makes it more sustainable for both the refugees and the host communities? A whole effort about trying to remain engaged in an appropriate manner in countries that are experiencing acute conflict. I'm thinking here about countries like Yemen, countries like South Sudan. What can a development institution do in such places, and how can we actually once again contribute to a broader effort? And then finally, of course, trying to help countries what we call escaping the fragility trap, so actually trying to help countries graduate out of this situation. So this, to engage in this, we use our usual tools, which are financing, analytics, and obviously partnerships. And just as an illustration, we have actually significantly strengthened the amount, or significantly increased the amount of financing that is directed to countries experiencing fragility, conflict, and violence. Once again, in line with this first slide that I was showing, that 50% of the extreme poor, of people living in extreme poverty, will be living in these countries in 11 years from now. So without, maybe I should stop here and open for questions. And thank you so much for your interest in our work.
Merci, Madame la modératrice. Je voudrais féliciter le présentateur pour son exposé qui touche les problèmes auxquels nous sommes confrontés en tant que pays dit fragile. Parce que moi, je suis du Tchad et le Tchad fait partie de ces États fragiles. Je vais lier ma question aux objectifs de développement durable, parce que c'est un engagement mondial et nous devons travailler pour atteindre justement ces objectifs-là. Et donc, la question de la faim zéro, la question du bien-être en lien avec le changement climatique, parce que le lac qui fait vivre, le lac Tchad qui fait vivre plusieurs millions de personnes, donc les riverains, a perdu 90% de sa capacité initiale. Et donc, les études ont montré que le climat sec et aride va s'intensifier davantage. Ça, ce sont les études qui l'ont démontré, ce qui suppose des rendements agricoles faibles, des pâturages. Or, le Tchad, c'est un pays à potentiel agricole et pastoral. Donc, ce sont vraiment les deux richesses, puisque le pétrole, on a eu une expérience très malheureuse. On ne compte pas vraiment sur le pétrole, même si aujourd'hui il y a une embellie. On ne sait ça pour combien de temps. Donc, ça, c'est vraiment une question qu'on voudrait poser. Donc, ceux qui dépendent justement de ce lac-là aujourd'hui sont dans une situation vraiment difficile. Donc, on a aujourd'hui dans le lac Tchad plus de 60 000 déplacés. On a des réfugiés et tout cela pose énormément de problèmes. Les partenaires du Tchad, le Tchad, font des efforts avec des ONG qui sont sur place, puisque nous, en tant qu'élus du peuple, ce qui nous intéresse, c'est vraiment ces populations-là pour lesquelles nous sommes là, pour défendre leurs intérêts. Et mon collègue du Congo l'a bien relevé avant votre présentation. Donc, on a des ONG qui travaillent justement pour reconstruire, restaurer les sols dégradés et essayer de lutter contre justement ces changements climatiques-là, essayer de fixer les dunes de sable. Donc, ça, ce sont des ONG qui travaillent, et je vais citer cette ONG-là qui est Action contre la faim, qui fait un travail sur le terrain. Autre question, c'est la malnutrition. Et si nous voudrions atteindre ces objectifs-là, il faut s'attaquer à ces problèmes-là. Aujourd'hui, 12 provinces sur les 23 que compte le Tchad sont touchées par cette question de malnutrition et qui, je crois, atteint le seuil de 15% fixé par l'OMS. Ceci est aujourd'hui un problème vraiment qui se pose. L'autre question, c'est les engagements pris, parce que nous sommes là, et vous représentez la Banque mondiale, les engagements pris aujourd'hui au niveau de Paris pendant la COP 21 en 2015. Il y a eu des engagements, mais aujourd'hui, où est-ce qu'on en est? Et c'est pour cela que j'interpelle la Banque mondiale, c'est sous forme aussi de plaidoyer, ce que j'ai dit, puisque nous voudrons avoir du concret, et les populations voudraient aussi avoir du concret. Tout ce qu'on dit, si ce n'est pas matérialisé par des réalisations concrètes, je crois, il y a un problème, on ne peut pas convaincre aujourd'hui ces populations-là. Qu'est-ce que la Banque mondiale, justement, fait pour que, justement, toutes ces questions-là puissent trouver vraiment des solutions et quelle serait l'implication des parlementaires? Je crois que ceci passe par la mobilisation des ressources. Et puisque nous sommes à la veille de la reconstitution du fonds du 19e, je crois, IDA, alors c'est l'occasion vraiment de faire ces plaidoyers-là pour voir. Et pour aussi, moi, en tant que Tchadien, poser la question, quels sont les critères qui amènent justement ces institutions à justement octroyer des allocations? Parce que le Tchad, quand j'ai vu un peu sur les chiffres, nous sommes en Afrique centrale, nous avons déployé les efforts les plus importants, puisqu'on a les défis humanitaires, nous avons les défis sécuritaires, on travaille ça, mais nous avons les moins d'allocations. Ça aussi, vraiment, je me pose la question, quels sont les critères qui amènent les institutions à fixer les allocations? Le Tchad a 15 millions d'habitants. Les autres pays réunis, je mets à l'écart le Cameroun, les autres pays réunis n'ont pas les 15 millions d'habitants. Les autres pays réunis sont au moins les 15 millions d'habitants. En Afrique centrale, je veux dire. Mais on a les moins d'allocations. Donc je voudrais vraiment comprendre comment ça se passe et par rapport à toutes ces questions-là, quelle stratégie la banque met en place pour travailler avec ces institutions, les partenaires, mais aussi les organisations telles que les ONG qui travaillent au niveau local pour justement trouver une solution à cette situation. Je vous remercie.
I totally agree with the long advocacy of my brother from Chad, but I would like to come back to one sector you have mentioned in the beginning of your presentation, which was a very pertinent presentation, is the problem of education. The problem of education subdetermines all other factors. McNamara is the one who created the African Development Bank during the 50th anniversary of the African Development Bank. He was asked, if you have to create today the African Development Bank, what would be the three priorities you have to put forward? And he said priority number one is education, priority number two is education, priority number three is education. And today, if I take my country, for example, which is Senegal, the scholar year will be starting at university, not now, like in all countries, like in France, for example, they start in September. We will be starting in February or in April. With this delay, how can we catch up with other countries in the important sector like education, and what could we do as an international organization to advise in this field? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Rotimi Agunsoye from Nigeria. Well, having listened to you, I think it is in an environment where there is peace that you can talk of eradication of poverty. In a situation where in most of the developing countries where terrorism has taken over, how do you talk of poverty? I mean, how do you talk of eradicating poverty? Yes, I quite agree with the last speaker that education is much more important than any other thing. But in a situation where terrorism has taken over, how do you even educate the people? So I think World Bank and the world powers must come together to see how they can find solution to this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's been an interesting panel from Portugal. From what I saw in your presentation, and I understand it in the line of priorities that need to be established, there is tremendous distrust with state-run institutions and governmental institutions. But from what I got from your presentation, there doesn't seem to be a focus on the building of those infrastructures and institutions and focusing on the role of policy. And as a group of politicians in the room, I was wondering if there is work that should be done, of course, without stopping the rest that needs to be done. But from the World Bank's perspective, do you think that even as a network of parliamentarians thinking about our actions in these areas of conflict, can there be more to be done on the political side? Thank you.
Yes, I'm coming back to education. I took part in international seminar about terrorism, and I met the President Obasanjo, who was the former president of Nigeria, and he was saying that even in the terrorism in Nigeria is a question of education, because the region where Boko Haram was implanted, have a grassroots, was the less educated region in Nigeria. So no matter what you do, you have to come back to education. Thank you.
I have a question actually for you too. And before the civil war in Somalia, in the 70s until the 80s, they had a huge drought. And people were migrated through different parts of the country. Some were trained to be farmers. But now the country is recovering from post-conflict, and there's so many IPD camps through the country. And I want to know what are the plans for the World Bank.
Thank you so much for all these thoughts and questions. I'm afraid a number of these questions do not necessarily have an answer, so I'm going to try to reflect on the question rather than necessarily to respond to them. But let me maybe first start by saying that, like the Honourable Member of Parliament in Nigeria, I mean, from our perspective, it is difficult to even conceive of poverty eradication or poverty reduction unless there is a degree of peace. It is, and therefore that raises the question: what comes first? And from our perspective, what comes first is to help countries stabilize the situation while keeping in mind the medium term. And I guess that's where I would make the link with the point on education from the Honourable Member of Parliament of Senegal, which is that one of the difficulties we're facing is that we have, in a way, to do both at once, right? We have to try to invest in the stability in the short term, but also try to invest in stability in the medium term. And investing in the stability in the medium term does require education. I mean, I think we all agree on that. The question is always, how do you balance both? But also, more interestingly, what kind of partnerships do you need to establish with others? Some may be better equipped than we are to provide emergency education. Others are definitely better equipped than we are to mediate political settlements or to manage a security response to the situation. I think where we see our role is in complementing what these other actors are doing, and always try to keep a medium-term perspective, because the objective is not to restore peace now. The objective is to restore peace now and make it sustainable. And that does include education, that does include trading, that does include dealing with people who've been, or supporting people who've been internally displaced. I think the other point that I wanted to make, and I wanted to apologize to this audience if I didn't, or if I didn't emphasize this enough, and just to build on the point by the Honourable Member of Parliament of Portugal, it is about policies and institutions. Right? I mean, I think one of the things that we as an institution have learned over the last 65 or 70 years is that no country has ever developed with projects. Countries have developed with good policies and solid institutions. And projects are just a mean to that end. Projects are just a way to help strengthen policies or to help strengthen institutions. When projects are an end to themselves, they may be very successful. They very rarely transform a country. They very rarely help transforming a country. And so as we look at these countries affected by fragility, conflict, and violence, I think we also look very much in the framework of what kind of policies, what kind of institutional strengthening can we provide, projects being an instrument towards this. Now, in many countries, there's, and every country is different, but in many countries, there's a very significant aspect of inclusion, what we would call social inclusion, what some of you may call political inclusion, and making sure that basically groups have a say in the public affairs, or at least do not perceive themselves as being excluded, and therefore as having no recourse but violence. I think in many countries there's an issue of capacity, and essentially capacity to project state presence and state authority beyond the capital. What you see in many countries is that violence and insecurity tends to take place in lagging regions, in border regions, in places that are more difficult to access. And the question is, how can you support the country, the government, the authorities in maintaining or strengthening the presence of the state in these regions, which is extremely challenging. Let's not pretend it's an easy thing to do. And then typically you also have a number of policies that have to do with the role of the private sector, the openness to civil society, and the general economic management, the budgeting, the anti-corruption, the expenditure flows, and so on. So definitely a very, very strong role to play there. And I guess also a very strong role to play for parliamentarians like you in terms of providing moral support or technical support to your colleagues in countries that are affected by fragility, conflict, and violence, so that they can in turn shape a political dispensation where you have checks and balances and where you have different voices being heard. And I guess from my experience in a number of countries, I think having a functioning parliament and having a parliament that is both capable of exercising oversight of the executive but also willing to do this is actually a critical condition for stability. And to do this, many parliamentarians need maybe technical support, but also very often moral support. People who can echo their concern and who can actually provide support. I just wanted maybe to close with 2 points raised by the Honourable Member of Parliament of Chad. The first one on criteria for IDA allocations. So I guess my IDA colleagues would probably be better placed to respond to this question. Essentially, the issue is very simple. IDA is a fixed pot of money, and there are a number of countries that are eligible to IDA. So the question is, what is a fair way to distribute the amount of money across all countries? And for that, there is a formula that has been developed over the years that is constantly being refined, and that essentially reflects 3 elements. One is population, for obvious reason. 2 is policy performance, precisely for the reasons that the gentleman from Portugal was raising, which is that unless you have good policies, the impact of this money will be suboptimal, and therefore it makes more sense to expand this money in places where the policy framework is a bit stronger. And the third is portfolio performance. So basically, are our projects working well? And therefore, the rationale for this is also quite obvious. If we have projects and they do not disburse, there's no point adding money, right? So there's a complex formula that has all sorts of exponential indicators and partial derivative and so on. I'm only half joking. But essentially what we saw is that there's a pervert dimension to this, which is that the more a country is fragile and conflict affected, the less able it will be to adopt good policies and to have good portfolio performance, and therefore the less money it's going to get, right? And so you have a vicious cycle where you're not performing, therefore you get less money, therefore you're less performing. That's why starting in either 15 or 16, the formula has been tweaked to take into account the fragility of countries and to actually increase the allocations for the per capita allocations for countries that are experiencing fragility and violence to compensate for the vicious cycle effect of the formula. So just wanted to flag this briefly. Then finally, on your point about Lake Chad and refugees, I actually remember going to the shores of Lake Chad about a year ago, and indeed we do have there a project, the purpose of which is precisely to support local NGOs, local initiatives, the sort of activities that you were talking about, for both the refugees but also the host communities who are also being affected by the presence of very large numbers of people. So I guess very much along the line that you recommended of trying to support grassroots organization and grassroots initiative to help improve the living standards of both populations.
Okay. And we have one more question from Kenya. We have to close. Okay.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your interest in our work and for your support. Thank you.
Thank you.